This audiobook reveals how your words are not just communication, but creation. You'll discover how to use language as energy, speech as structure, and tone as a tool to bend time, collapse timelines, and unlock new realities. Once you understand how reality listens, everything you say starts to shape everything you see. In the beginning, there was no shape, no boundary, no movement, only silence. And then, in a moment that cannot be dated by clocks nor measured by stars, there was a sound. Not just any sound, but a vibration that carried within it the blueprint of everything that would ever exist. The ancients called it the word, the sound of creation, the breath of the divine pressing against the void. In every tradition, in every mystical text, hidden in monasteries and etched in stone, this truth waits to be remembered. Reality began not with matter, but with utterance. Before light, there was frequency. And sound is the first child of frequency. Audible vibration, organized energy. It wasn't a sound like thunder or music or voice. It was a sacred tone, a primordial resonance that sang the cosmos into being. This sound did not echo into empty space. It made space. It called forth form from formlessness, law from chaos, rhythm from the great stillness. This first vibration was not just heard, it was felt, reverberating across what would later become galaxies, oceans, lungs, and language. And here is the mystery. It never stopped. Every cell in your body, every tree, every gust of wind carries a residue of this first word. This is why, when you speak, you do not merely communicate, you create. Your voice is not a tool of description. It is a key, a brush, a command. Each word you release into the field ripples out into the unseen architecture of existence, altering trajectories you cannot perceive but always influence. You are not narrating your life, you are composing it. There was a reason ancient initiates were forbidden to speak until they mastered awareness. They knew that to speak unconsciously was to create unconsciously. The word is too powerful to be taken lightly. Even now, your voice carries that original authority, though buried beneath years of habit and doubt. When you speak from fear, fear shapes itself around you. When you speak with conviction, reality leans forward to listen. The first word is not a sound long lost in cosmic history. It is still vibrating now, in your bones, in your breath, in every sentence you speak into the world. You summon worlds with your whispers and close doors with your sarcasm. You command the invisible every time you say, I am. You may not yet feel this power, but you've never stopped using it. Every word you've spoken has built the walls of the life around you, brick by energetic brick, and so the truth returns to you like a memory you didn't know was yours. The universe didn't begin with matter, it began with voice. And your voice is not an echo of that moment. It is a continuation. You are still speaking the world into existence. The question is, do you know what you're saying? Every word you speak is light in disguise. It moves invisibly, but its impact is undeniable. Language is not just a collection of sounds to pass as meaning between people. It is a delivery system for frequency. Each word carries a vibration, and each vibration delivers a pattern, a code. This code doesn't just inform the mind, it shapes the field of reality itself. The words you use are not empty vessels. They are radiant frequencies wrapped in symbols, wrapped in stories, wrapped in sound. You've felt this before but may not have named it. A phrase that struck your heart, a sentence that haunted you for years, a single word that lifted or crushed your spirit in a single breath. You weren't reacting to the definition. You were reacting to the frequency inside the word. Like light filtered through a prism, language is split into emotional, energetic, and spiritual wavelengths, each carrying more than the ear can hear. The right words can heal, the wrong ones can fracture timelines. When a child first learns to speak, they are not merely mimicking sounds, They are learning to emit frequencies that shape the world around them. Yes, no, mine, love, these are not just signs of development. They are declarations of force. A word is never passive. It moves. It expands. It either aligns you with creation or fractures your field. This is why great teachers have always spoken in carefully chosen words, and why every sacred text begins with a line about speech. In the beginning was the Word, not as metaphor, but as blueprint. You are always broadcasting. Every word you speak is encoded light. That's why conversations feel heavy or liberating, sharp or nurturing. You don't just hear someone's words, you feel their frequency. Meaning is the surface, but frequency is the core. A bitter "I'm fine" carries a different light than a joyful "I'm fine." Same word, different vibration. The body knows the difference. So does the universe. When you say something out loud, you are projecting light into matter. This light carries instructions. "I can't do this" sends out the dim code of limitation. "It always works out for me" floods your field with luminous trust. Whether you realize it or not, you are shaping your future through light patterns disguised as everyday speech. You are weaving with vibration, cloaked in vocabulary. To awaken is to listen differently, to feel the weight and hue of the words you use, to sense when a sentence dims your field or expands it, and to know this, that changing your language is not about grammar or optimism, it's about energy. Speak with the awareness that your words are light codes. Then speak as one who understands their power. For the moment a word leaves your mouth, it begins to shape the room, the moment, the next unfolding sequence of your life. And like light, it travels far beyond what the eye can follow. There is a structure beneath all speaking that goes unnoticed by most. Not grammar in the traditional sense, not punctuation or spelling, but a deeper architecture, a spiritual syntax, a sacred order through which thought becomes vibration and vibration becomes form. This is the syntax of the soul. It is not learned in school. It is remembered through presence. You were born with it, fluent in it, before you ever spoke a single word. Long before language was formalized, humans spoke through intention. Words were less important than the spirit behind them. A look, a gesture, a sound, all carried meaning because the inner world and the outer world had not yet been separated. Over time, language grew more elaborate, but something was lost. The alignment between what is felt and what is spoken began to fracture. We began to say things we did not believe. We began to speak from the surface while hiding the truth in silence. That fracture created noise. And in that noise, the universe no longer heard clarity. But the soul has its own structure. It does not care about nouns or verbs. It listens to coherence. When your inner world and your outer words align, a gate opens. Reality recognizes truth and responds instantly. The syntax of the soul is the invisible bridge between essence and expression. When that bridge is whole, your speech becomes magnetic. When that bridge is broken, your words fall into the void. You know this already. You've felt the weight of someone's words, even when they spoke gently. You've been lifted by a sentence so simple, it didn't even make sense on the surface. But it landed. It activated something. That is the soul's syntax at work. It is not about cleverness. It is about resonance. And resonance requires alignment. Thought, emotion, and speech must form a trinity, not a contradiction. When you speak from your soul's syntax, you are not trying to be understood. You are simply expressing the deepest coherence within you. You don't reach for the perfect words. They arrive. You don't worry if you'll be heard. You already are, even before the words are finished. This kind of speaking carries power, not volume. It carries presence, not persuasion. This is why some prayers change lives and others remain unanswered. It is not the words themselves, but whether those words follow the deeper grammar of truth. The soul's syntax demands integrity. If you say you are ready, but your energy says fear, the syntax is broken. If you say you trust, but your inner structure trembles with doubt, the grammar collapses. But when your inner vibration aligns with your outer voice, creation becomes obedient. Speak from the place where there is no split between what you feel and what you say. Speak from the still center where your voice is not a mask, but a mirror. The universe does not listen to what you say. It listens to how you say it, through the syntax of your soul. Most people speak as if they are narrators of life, describing what they see, explaining what has happened, commenting on what they feel. But narration is not creation. Pronouncement is. There is a difference between saying what is and declaring what must be. When you pronounce something, you do not describe reality. You decide it. A true pronouncement is not commentary. It is command. It is the spoken form of spiritual authorship. It does not ask reality for permission. It rewrites the code. There is an ancient weight to declarations. Kings and queens did not ask. They decreed. Prophets did not suggest. They pronounced. Creation itself did not negotiate with the void. It simply said, "Let there be light." And there was. No explanation, no doubt, just decision voiced into vibration. This is the forgotten power of pronouncement. It is not louder than fear. It is clearer than it. The world doesn't respond to volume. It responds to clarity. When you declare, "I am whole," you are not assessing your condition. You are shaping it. When you say, "It is done," you are collapsing time and anchoring your desired future in the present. These words may feel bold, they may feel premature, but that is the secret. They are meant to precede the outcome. A pronouncement is not reactive. It is generative. It doesn't wait for reality to change before speaking. It speaks, and in doing so, demands reality catch up. There is a distinct energetic shift when your voice stops reporting and starts commanding. The universe is sensitive to this difference. When you speak with the vibration of certainty, reality bends toward you, not because of your effort, but because you've become the source. A hesitant voice sends ripples. A pronounced voice moves tectonic plates. You have felt this in yourself. Moments when you didn't just hope or ask or try. You decided, and everything changed. But to pronounce is not to pretend. It is to know. It is to dig beneath the doubt and find the version of you who already holds what you seek. It is to speak from that version, not to hope you'll become them, but to speak as them now. The words "I choose," "I am," "this is" are not phrases. They are levers. They pull unseen realities into form. If you keep speaking as though you are at the mercy of life, life will continue to dominate the script. But when you begin to speak as a sovereign, as one who knows their voice reshapes the air around them, you'll notice that reality starts listening in a new way. People respond differently. Opportunities emerge. Coincidences increase, not because you wished harder, but because you pronounced your place in the field of creation. So speak not to describe what is. Speak to decide what becomes. The universe is not waiting for your report. It's waiting for your decree. Speak with the finality of truth, not the frailty of fear. Speak as one who understands that every declaration is not a reaction to life. It is life taking shape. Your voice is more than a tool for communication. It is your vibrational fingerprint. Just as no two people share the same pattern in their fingertips, no two beings carry the same tonal signature. The frequency of your voice is a broadcast of your inner state, a mirror of your emotion, belief, and intention. Before words are even formed, before meaning is shaped, your tone speaks first, and it speaks to everything, not just to people, but to reality itself. You may not realize it, but the universe listens to your tone more than your words. Say, "I'm fine," with a tone of defeat, and life responds to defeat. Say, "I don't know how, but I trust," with a tone of steadiness, and life delivers steady answers. You cannot hide your vibration behind vocabulary. The frequency within your tone bypasses surface. and goes straight to the fabric of creation. Your tone is the energy signature that reality mirrors. Every day your voice sends out waves. Those waves do not disappear. They interact. They collide. They attract. They shape the texture of your environment. Have you ever noticed how a single sentence can shift the mood of an entire room? It is not just the meaning, it is the tone. It is the vibrational current riding beneath the words like a river under a boat. When the tone is aligned with presence, clarity, and truth, the world becomes fluid. When the tone is fractured, hesitant, or forced, the current becomes choppy and progress slows. The voice print you offer in conversation, in prayer, in self-talk is not just expressive, it is directive. It does not merely reveal your trajectory, it sets it. When you speak with fear, you dial into timelines that match that frequency. When you speak with reverence, with certainty, with love, you dial into timelines that hold grace, expansion, and alignment. Your tone is the tuning fork of your life. It sets the resonance by which reality organizes itself around you. Think of the last time someone spoke to you in a way that made your entire body soften. They didn't need the perfect words. Their tone carried safety, strength, or truth. That impact did not come from logic. It came from frequency. And that same impact is yours to offer every time you open your mouth. The key is not in perfect phrasing. It is in the energy you inhabit as you speak. Do you speak from fear or from rootedness, from need or from fullness, from trying or from being? When your tone aligns with your truth, your voice becomes a compass. It draws the path ahead with invisible ink that only the universe can read. You do not need to raise your voice to shift your world. You only need to tune it. So listen not just to what you say, but to how you say it. Your tone is not an accident. It is your trajectory. Speak as one who understands that every sound you make is a vote for the future you are walking into. There is a space between every word you speak, a breath, a pause, a stillness that most never notice. Yet it is this silence that carries the true weight of your message. Language is not only sound, it is rhythm. And rhythm is built not just on what is spoken, but on what is not. The silence between words is not empty. It is sacred. It holds the energy that gives words their meaning, their gravity, their power. In music, it is the space between the notes that gives the melody its soul. Without the pauses, there would be only noise. Likewise, when you speak, it is the quiet between the phrases that makes the message land. The sacred pause is where your energy gathers. It is where your truth settles before it moves outward. Most rush to fill this silence with more talking, fearing awkwardness, fearing being misunderstood, fearing vulnerability. But those who understand creation know that in the stillness between syllables, something larger listens and responds. Think of the most powerful moments you've experienced in conversation. Chances are they weren't when someone spoke the most, but when they paused with presence, a moment of eye contact, a breath before saying, "I forgive you," a quiet held after hearing, "I'm sorry." These are the places where time seems to bend, where reality opens, and where energy rearranges. The silence between words is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of intention. The universe, too, listens to these spaces. It does not only respond to commands, declarations, or affirmations. It responds to stillness, to the space in which the heart becomes clear and the frequency stabilizes. Every time you pause before speaking, you invite alignment. You allow your next word to come from presence, not programming. You speak not just from thought, but from truth. And that changes everything. When you speak without pause, your words lose their anchor. They scatter. They may be clever, even inspiring, but they do not sink in. But when you let silence cradle your message, you create depth. You allow your listener, whether a person, the universe, or your own soul, to receive what you are really saying. You speak less, but your words carry more. because they are infused with presence. In silence, energy organizes. In stillness, clarity sharpens. Every pause is a moment of creation. It is the space where potential gathers just before it takes form. The sacred pause is not delay, it is precision. It is the difference between reacting and responding, between speaking from habit and speaking from power. So honor the silence between your words. Let it breathe. Let it stretch. Let it hold your truth before it becomes sound. For in that quiet moment when nothing is spoken, everything is heard. The universe is not only listening to what you say, it is listening to the space from which you say it. And that space, when honored, becomes the source of all transformation. Vowels are not just letters, they are sound portals, pure tones. When spoken, they open gateways in the field of energy, each one resonating with a specific frequency of consciousness. Unlike consonants, which shape and direct, vowels flow. They vibrate openly, unrestricted. They are the breath of the word, the emotional spine of language. And when you speak them with awareness, you don't just communicate, you tune, you harmonize, you align your inner vibration with frequencies that shape the field around you. In ancient times, vowels were considered sacred. Some languages were built entirely around vowel resonance, their chants and prayers echoing through temples and caves, not to be understood, but to be felt. The vowels were seen as carriers of elemental energy. A for expansion and new beginnings. E for clarity and flow. I for focus and embodiment. O for depth and grounding. U for union and transformation. These sounds were not chosen for linguistic function. They were known to activate energy centers in the body, in the space, and in the unseen world. You've felt this, though you may not have noticed. Think of the sound ah, used in awe, surrender, release. It opens the heart. Or the sound ooh, used in wonder, mystery, deep resonance. It grounds the spirit. The human voice instinctively reaches for these vowels when energy moves strongly through the body. They are the sounds of laughter, of mourning, of prayer, of love. They are not assigned meaning, they are meaning expressed in vibration. When you speak with intention, the vowels carry your energy forward like waves carry water. They are not decorative, they are fundamental. They reveal the true tone of your message beyond the surface of language. Say, I love you with a flat or hollow tone, and the vowels contract. Say it with truth, and the vowels expand like light through glass. This is not poetic flourish. It is physics of the soul. To consciously work with vowels is to work with energy. You don't need complex rituals, just awareness. Speak ah when you need courage. Speak e when you seek clarity. Sing ooh when you want to return to your center. Chant them, whisper them. Let them move through your body like tuning forks. Let them vibrate through the air, into your field, into the very structure of your becoming. Words are built on vowels for a reason. They are the spirit of the sentence, the echo of the divine breath still moving through time. To speak with power is to know what the vowels are doing beneath the meaning, and to master speech is not just to say the right thing, it is to vibrate in harmony with truth. So when you speak, listen to the vowels, feel them, let them shape your tone, your presence, your field. They are not just sounds, they are codes, keys, openings, each vowel a gateway to the resonance you are becoming. If vowels are the breath of speech, then consonants are the bones. They shape what would otherwise drift without direction. They give form to flow, edge to energy, and boundary to the boundless. Consonants are the chisels of sound, cutting, carving, anchoring. Without them, there would be only air. With them, intention takes form. Every consonant you speak is a structure, a point of stability in the soft wave of vibration. It is through the consonants that sound becomes architecture. In the beginning, there was sound, but not just any sound. There was tone with shape. The K cracked space like a lightning strike. The T tapped time into movement. The M hummed continuity and memory. Ancient languages held reverence for these foundational sounds, not because of how they looked on a page, but because of how they impacted the air, the body, and the ether. They knew that the harder the consonant, the more it defined. These were not mere letters. They were creative forces, instruments of construction. When you speak a consonant, your body engages in precision. The tongue strikes, the lips close, the throat tightens or releases. A consonant is a commitment. It is a declaration with direction. It gives the vowel something to cling to echo off, to ride through. Just as a building needs beams to support its shape, speech needs consonants to hold its intention. This is why phrases with strong consonants feel firm, grounded, and commanding. They land, they imprint. Form always follows sound, and consonants are the blueprint. You can whisper a truth in vowels, but it is the consonants that seal it into the fabric of your experience. The D in decide brings it into being. The C in create sharpens vision into reality. The G in begin slices through hesitation. Even when you do not notice, your field does. Your nervous system responds. Your environment adjusts. You may think the universe is waiting for clarity from your thoughts, but it's listening to your sound, specifically to the structure of that sound. When you speak with consonants that are clear, intentional, and steady, you emit not just energy, but a container, something the energy can build within. The world responds by assembling itself into matching patterns. These are not metaphors. This is vibrational engineering. So pay attention to the form your words are taking. Listen to the edges, the clicks, the stops, the friction. These are not harshnesses, they are tools. They bring reality into focus. They give your voice weight, precision, and presence. Consonants do not soften, they command. They organize chaos into coherence. To speak with mastery is not only to feel what you say, but to shape what you say with the tools of form. Speak your consonants as though you are carving space itself, because you are. Every firm sound is a pillar in the invisible architecture of your life, and every phrase you build with them becomes a doorway reality must walk through. The tongue is a small muscle, but it moves mountains. It is the sculptor of sound, the bridge between thought and vibration, the conductor of the invisible orchestra that arranges your life. Every syllable you speak flows through it, shaped and sharpened by its movement. But what most don't realize is that the speed with which reality responds to you is directly influenced by how you articulate your desires. Clear articulation is not just for being understood. It is the mechanism by which timelines are accelerated. Manifestation doesn't respond to vague intention. It responds to sharp frequency. And that frequency is delivered through articulation. When your speech is muddled, hesitant, or indirect, the signals you send into the field are scattered. The universe hears noise, not instruction. But when your articulation is clean, precise, and intentional, it acts as a tuning fork, collapsing hesitation, collapsing time. Clarity of tongue equals clarity of outcome. Have you ever noticed how quickly things shift when you say something with absolute conviction, not just in meaning, but in sound? It is done. I am ready. This ends now. These phrases, when spoken with crisp articulation, seem to pierce through resistance like arrows. People move, energy shifts, doors open, not because of the words alone, but because the tongue has delivered them like commands. The sharpness of your articulation cuts through timelines and directs energy like a blade through water. This is not about speaking fast. Speed is not the same as precision. Slurred affirmations, even if passionate, often lack power because their vibration is diluted. On the other hand, when you articulate your words with full presence, feeling them roll off your tongue with intention, you transmit a signal the universe recognizes as aligned. And aligned speech is fulfilled speech. Your tongue is a steering wheel. With it, you direct your consciousness into form. The difference between I think I can and I will lies not just in belief, but in how the tongue moves to shape the words. Subtle differences in articulation signal different levels of energetic commitment. The universe does not reward half-formed signals. It responds to bold clarity. Throughout your day, notice how you speak, not just what you say, but how precisely your tongue delivers the message. Are your words landing like arrows or floating like clouds? Do they command attention or trail off into uncertainty? If you want to collapse the distance between desire and reality, refine your delivery. Speak not only with emotion, but with exactness. Articulation is a form of energetic precision. It tells the quantum field, I know what I want, and I am not afraid to declare it. When your tongue stops hesitating, reality stops delaying. The more clearly you form your words, the faster they become flesh. Your voice becomes a timeline, and your tongue becomes the hand that turns the page. Speak with deliberate sharpness and watch how quickly your life responds. To name something is not simply to label it. It is to summon it. It is to call it out of the unseen and give it shape in the seen. In the oldest traditions, naming was an act of power, reserved for sages, kings, and those entrusted with the authority to call things into being. Names were never chosen lightly. They were felt, divined, and bestowed with care, because to name something was to bind it to form, to give it identity, to draw it through the veil, and anchor it in reality. Even now, the act of naming carries the same force, though most use it unconsciously. When you name a desire, you pull it closer. When you name a fear, you give it shape. When you name yourself out loud, you begin to become. You are always summoning with your words, especially when you give something a name. This is mine. This is love. This is done. These are not observations. They are invitations that creation honors. Look around at the words you use. How do you name your days, your moods, your work, your relationships? When you say, I'm overwhelmed, you are not just describing an experience. You are summoning more of it. When you say, this is impossible, you are not making a comment. You are casting a spell. Language does not wait to see if you mean it. It responds to the vibration embedded in the name you've spoken. And yet the inverse is also true. When you give something a name that carries power, reverence, and truth, you elevate its frequency. Call your work sacred, and it begins to carry sacred weight. Call your healing complete, and your cells begin to respond. Call yourself loved, and you begin to magnetize that reality. The name is the first construction of belief, and belief is the blueprint of experience. Even people are summoned by names. You feel different when someone calls you by your full name versus a nickname. You rise or shrink, depending on the energy that name carries. This is why the most powerful transformations begin with a renaming, not as disguise, but as revelation, a shedding of the false identity for the true one. The soul recognizes its name when it hears it. And when you speak your name with authority, the universe does too. Be deliberate with what you name. Choose words that align with what you wish to summon, not what you wish to escape. Speak not of what is wrong, but of what is rising. Name your path not by the shadows it contains, but by the light it is becoming. This is not denial, it is direction. For every name you speak plants a seed in the soil of possibility. You are not just talking, you are conjuring. Every time you name something, you are drawing it nearer, closer, louder. Speak as one who remembers that names are not just sounds, they are portals. Choose them as if creation is listening, because it is, and it always responds to the name you call. There is a distinct difference between speaking about your life and speaking to your life. Most people use language as commentary. They observe, they react, they analyze. But those who understand the true nature of creation use words as commands. They give instruction, not to control others, but to align the field. Directive language is not about being demanding, it is about being deliberate. When you speak as a director, reality responds as a cast of willing characters, not because you force it, but because you speak with alignment, clarity, and intent. The universe does not need your explanations, it needs your instructions. It does not require you to beg or plead. It waits for your directive energy, for the frequency of certainty embedded within the words. This is how it will unfold. When you give instructions from a place of inner coherence, those words don't bounce, they imprint. They move through the unseen like architectural plans, reorganizing matter, people, timing, and events into new forms. You are not imposing your will. You are exercising your role as co-creator. Think of the last time you truly gave a command, not in anger, not out of fear, but from knowing. A moment when you said, "I'm done with this," or "This is happening now," and then it did. You may have called it coincidence, but it wasn't. It was coherence. It was the universe responding to the clear signal of directive speech. When your energy and words match, the field has no choice but to organize around them. Children understand this naturally. Watch them play, and you'll hear it. "Now I'm the dragon. You go here. This happens next." They don't hope. They don't ask permission. They declare. And reality shifts to follow. It's not fantasy. It's unfiltered creation. Somewhere along the way, most forget this language. They trade it for softer words, tentative phrasing, diluted intentions. But directive speech is not lost. It's dormant, waiting to be reawakened. To give instruction to the universe is to take ownership of your role in the script. It is not arrogance, it is authorship. When you say, "Bring me clarity," you're not making a request. You're issuing a sacred command. When you speak, "Reveal the path," you are not guessing. You are giving the field permission to show you what was already waiting. But directive language only works when it's pure. That means no mixed signals, no contradiction between word and emotion, no apology hiding inside the phrase. You cannot say, "I choose abundance," while vibrating in lack. You must become the vibration of the command, or the command gets rejected by the field as static. Speak to your life, not just about it. Give instructions to the unseen forces as if they are listening, because they are. You are not a visitor in this reality. You are its voice, and your voice is most powerful when it directs, not doubts. Speak as one who is not hoping, but deciding. That is the language creation understands, and that is the language it obeys. Every sentence is built around a verb. It is the pulse, the fire, the motion of language. Without it, there is only a still image, a description frozen in time. But when a verb enters, time begins. Energy moves, dimensions shift. Verbs are not just parts of speech. They are activators. They take thought and set it into motion. In the realm of creation, the verb is what breaks inertia. It is the signal that intention is now moving into embodiment. You may not have noticed, but the most powerful affirmations are rooted in verbs. I choose. I become. I receive. I surrender. Each one sends a specific directive into the field, not just stating a preference, but igniting a current. The universe doesn't move until the verb is spoken. Thought hovers, emotion vibrates. But it is the action embedded in the verb that pierces dimensions. It is the moment the wave becomes particle. It is the point of contact between vision and reality. Verbs summon momentum. They are the bridge between identity and experience. To say "I am" is not a poetic gesture. It is an energetic activation. The moment you say "I create," "I allow," "I expand," you do not just describe what you hope for. You step into the version of yourself that already lives there. The verb makes it real, not because the outcome has appeared, but because the timeline has opened. Verbs do not wait. They initiate. The ancient mystics understood this well. Sacred texts did not begin with passive observation. They began with forceful action. Let there be, go forth, be still. These were not suggestions, they were keys, words charged with the power to open hidden chambers in the field of reality. Verbs, when spoken with clarity, carry the weight of causation. They shift the atmosphere because they shift the speaker. Even in everyday conversation, you can feel it. A person who says, "I might try," emits no power. A person who says, "I will act," alters the room. The verb reveals commitment. It slices through ambiguity, and the universe listens for that commitment, not because it needs your effort, but because it responds to your movement. You are always narrating your life in verbs. I struggle. I wait. I doubt. And the field obliges. But what if you change the verb? What if you said, "I rise," even before you knew how? What if you spoke, "I complete," before the task was finished? These are not lies. These are accelerations. The verb aligns you with the timeline where the action is already true. To shift dimensions, shift your verb, not the noun, not the adjective, the verb. Speak as one who moves, not one who watches. Choose action words that resonate with the reality you wish to inhabit. Then let those verbs lead you. Because once the verb is spoken, the path is already forming, and the universe, ever faithful, begins to follow your lead. Every time you speak, you declare not just what you want, but where you are standing. Most speak from the place of the problem, not the solution. They describe the obstacle in detail, believing that naming the pain will bring them closer to relief. But energy does not move toward what is analyzed. It moves toward what is declared. When you speak from the obstacle, you expand it. When you speak from the outcome, you draw it near. There is a distinct frequency difference between saying, "I don't want to struggle anymore," and "I am living in peace." The first keeps the struggle alive. It feeds it with attention, emotion, and repetition. The second speaks as if the new reality is already forming. It doesn't deny the challenge. It simply refuses to speak from it. It vibrates from the destination, not the detour. This is not optimism. It is energetic alignment. You are always broadcasting your location in consciousness, and language is the signal. When you say, "I'm tired of being overlooked," the universe hears "overlooked." When you say, "I am ready to be seen," the universe tunes into visibility. These are not subtle shifts. They are dimensional ones. Energy doesn't follow logic. It follows frequency. And frequency is shaped by what you emphasize. Desire spoken through the lens of lack becomes a loop. I want more money because I'm broke. I want love because I'm alone. I want clarity because I'm lost. These phrases seem honest, but they are rooted in absence. And what is rooted in absence produces more absence. Instead, speak as if the reality you desire is already whispering its way into your life. I allow abundance to support me. I am attracting deep, nourishing love. Clarity is meeting me where I stand. These phrases are not pretending. They are selecting a frequency. Language is not just for sharing, it is for shaping. When you speak in obstacle, you sculpt delay. When you speak in outcome, you shape acceleration. This doesn't mean you ignore your feelings. It means you direct them. You choose words that match the place you're heading, not the place you've been circling. The moment you shift your language, you shift your access, not just to experiences, but to versions of yourself who already live there. This is why true transformation often begins with one sentence, one phrase spoken differently. "I'm trying" becomes "I am doing." "It's hard" becomes "it's unfolding." "I can't" becomes "I'm discovering how." These are more than linguistic swaps. They are energetic upgrades. They change the current beneath your life. Because when you speak from the outcome, the field adjusts to mirror the tone. You do not have to wait for conditions to match before you speak from arrival. Speaking from the outcome is how conditions begin to match. So listen carefully. Catch yourself when you describe the mountain. Then instead, declare the view from the top. Speak as if you've already arrived. And watch how quickly life follows your voice. There are moments when a single sentence changes everything, not because it explains something new, but because it collapses everything else that came before it. This is the phenomenon of word field collapse, a sudden, decisive shift in the energy field, triggered by a statement so clear, so resonant, that all other conflicting possibilities fall away. In that moment, the field no longer has room for doubt, delay, or dilution. It recognizes only the truth that has been spoken and begins to rearrange itself around it. The quantum field is not made of objects. It is made of probabilities, fluctuating waves of possibility, each waiting for instruction. And what gives that instruction? Observation, focus, and most precisely, language. When you speak a fragmented sentence, the field remains fragmented. When you speak in loops, it loops. But when you speak a clear, definitive phrase, especially one charged with emotional certainty, the probabilities collapse. A reality is selected, the fog lifts, and something begins to move. You've seen this before, even if you didn't have the language for it. A woman who says, "I'm leaving," and everything in her life reshapes. A man who says, "I'm done," and suddenly finds clarity where confusion once reigned. These aren't just emotional outbursts. They are energetic pivots. The words themselves act as levers, pulling one version of reality into dominance while others dissolve into silence. The power of this lies not just in speaking, but in the kind of speaking. The field doesn't collapse around half-hearted statements. It listens for clean frequencies. "I might" keeps the probabilities open. "I will" collapses them. "I'm trying" stretches the field into uncertainty. "It is done" pulls the future into the present. The tighter the frequency, the quicker the collapse. This is why clarity is power, not just mentally, but vibrationally. And yet word field collapse doesn't require complexity. In fact, the simpler the phrase, the stronger the force. The most potent declarations are often just a few words. "I choose peace." "This ends now." "I am ready." "I receive." These sentences are not about convincing the mind. They are about commanding the field. They bypass resistance and go straight to the source code of experience. But this power is not to be used carelessly. Every time you speak a final phrase, you are pulling a reality from the unseen into the seen. If you say, "Nothing ever works for me," the field obliges. If you say, "This changes today," it begins to shift. The universe does not measure your intentions, it measures your frequency. And that frequency is carried in your voice, your clarity, your finality. So speak with the awareness that every word carries potential, but some words carry decision. Speak as if you are collapsing the old version of yourself with each phrase. Speak as if your voice is selecting from infinite outcomes, because it is. And when you find the sentence that feels like truth in your bones, say it again and again, until the field bows and reality rewrites itself to match. Reality is not listening passively, it is echoing. Every word you speak sends out a frequency, and that frequency returns to you, shaped by the tone and truth behind your voice. This is the echo effect, not metaphorically, but energetically. The world around you doesn't just reflect what you believe, it repeats what you speak. It listens for consistency, emotion, and conviction, and then it answers, not with words, but with experiences. You've felt it already. Say, "I always get sick this time of year," and your body begins to comply. Say, "Nothing ever works out for me," and things begin to unravel. These are not coincidences, they are responses. They are life echoing the broadcast of your expectations, not just in general, but in exact form. The universe does not distinguish between a conscious command and a careless complaint. It mirrors what is spoken with conviction, especially when it's repeated. Your speech is like sonar. It moves into the unseen, touches the boundaries of potential, and returns carrying form. What you say becomes what you experience, not because your words hold magic, but because they hold resonance. They attune the field to your tone, your assumptions, your vibrational pattern. Over time, your life becomes a gallery of your own repeated expressions, returned to you through circumstances and people. This is why seemingly small statements matter. I can't afford that. I'm not good with people. That always happens to me. These aren't observations. They are instructions. The echo effect doesn't wait for you to mean it. It waits for your repetition. The more you say it, the more the field learns to respond in kind. Words become environments. Phrases become patterns. But here is the power. Just as the field repeats limitation, it will just as easily echo freedom. Change the phrase and you change the feedback. Begin speaking "money finds me in unexpected ways," and you'll notice coincidences. Say, "I meet the right people at the right time," and timing begins to shift. Speak, "My body knows how to heal," and you'll feel guidance rising from within. These aren't affirmations in the shallow sense. They are echo initiators. They train the field to mimic a new expectation. The secret lies not just in what you say once, but in what you say often. The field responds to your dominant tone, not the occasional hopeful statement, but the repeated declarations that fill your inner and outer dialogue. The more consistent the message, the clearer the echo. This is not wishful thinking. It is vibrational engineering. Speak then as if the world is a room that repeats your every word, because it is. Speak as if your life is listening, not for what you want, but for what you say. If you want something different, say something different. If you want a new reality, give it a new phrase to echo. Speak clearly, speak often, and then listen, not for silence, but for the world repeating you back to yourself. There is a tone that bends reality. It's not in the words themselves, but in the frequency behind them. It is not volume. It is not drama. It is certainty. The certainty tone carries a vibration that reality recognizes instantly. It speaks not from wanting or wishing, but from knowing. When you speak with this tone, the future doesn't feel like a possibility. It feels like a memory being retrieved. And the moment you speak from memory instead of desire, the timeline accelerates to match. Most people speak from a place of hope. I hope things will get better. I want to be successful. I'm trying to change. But these phrases are laced with uncertainty, and uncertainty keeps manifestation suspended. The universe responds not to the content of your statement, but to the confidence beneath it. When you speak as if something is already done, you collapse the gap between now and then. You signal to the field, this is no longer becoming, it is already being. You've seen it before. Someone walks into a room, says very little, but everything they say lands like a stone dropped in still water. That's the certainty tone. It doesn't ask to be believed. It doesn't seek validation. It doesn't beg for alignment. It emits truth, and the environment responds accordingly. This tone doesn't need to convince. It is the voice of the version of you that has already lived the outcome. When you speak from there, reality listens differently. You may have used it without realizing. Think back to a time when you said, "That's it, I'm done," and everything shifted, or when you declared, "This is mine," and it was. These moments bypass the mind and come from something deeper, a cellular knowing. The certainty tone originates from that place. It is felt before it is spoken, and that's why it works. Because the universe does not respond to words. It responds to coherence. To cultivate this tone, you must speak from your future self, not your current condition. That means choosing language that reflects completion, not process. Instead of "I'm working on healing," say "I am healed." Instead of "I hope this works," say "This is already working." You're not lying. You're selecting a timeline. You're tuning your frequency to the version of reality that already exists in the quantum field and allowing your voice to anchor it into form. Certainty does not mean arrogance. It means resonance. It means standing inside the truth of what you've chosen, even before the world mirrors it back. Speak your goals as outcomes. Speak your healing as complete. Speak your love as present, not as fantasy, but as fact. Because once your voice aligns with the vibration of having, the field has no choice but to deliver. The tone you speak in is the reality you call forward. Say it again, not louder, but clearer, firmer, calmer. Speak as if it's already yours, because the moment you do, it begins to be. Your future is not waiting in the distance. It is waiting in your language. Every sentence you speak is a thread weaving your timeline, and yet most speak of their future in ways that keep it far away. One day I'll be free. Eventually I'll have peace. Someday I'll figure it out. These aren't just phrases, they are delays. They place your destiny on a moving horizon that never arrives. But when you speak your future in the present tense, you bring it home. You bring it into now, and now is the only moment creation ever listens to. Statements of destiny are not predictions, they are declarations. They do not wait for evidence, they create it. When you say, I am thriving, you are not lying, you are choosing. When you speak, this is who I am, you are not describing, you are defining. Your words are not just describing what's real, they are designing what becomes real. The tense you use is the timeline you inhabit. To write your future in the present tense is not to pretend. It is to preside. It is to understand that the version of you who already lives the life you desire is not imaginary. It is vibrational. And you access that version through alignment. Your speech is the signal. When you speak as that future self would speak, you begin to live as they live. You don't wait for life to give you permission. You give it to yourself. This is the hidden truth behind all transformation. At some point, you must begin to speak differently, not reactively, but intentionally. You stop saying, I hope, and begin saying, I have. You stop saying, I'm trying, and begin saying, I'm doing. These shifts are not cosmetic, they are causal. They send a new message to the field. They change the channel of your life. You may feel resistance at first. Your mind may say, but this isn't true yet. That's not your job. Your job is not to speak what's visible. It's to speak what's vibrationally aligned. Reality does not shift when you acknowledge what is. It shifts when you claim what must be. The universe responds to authority, not forceful, but resolute. When your words carry the vibration of finality, life organizes accordingly. Begin with one statement, one sentence that reflects your destiny in the present tense. I am financially free. I am deeply loved. I am living in clarity and purpose. Say it not to hope, but to anchor. Say it until your voice stops shaking. Say it until the words feel like home. Say it until the timeline you've chosen begins to respond. The future is not some distant place you'll arrive at. It is the frequency you're choosing now, and your language is the tool. Speak your future like it already belongs to you, because the moment you do, it starts rearranging the world around you to match. Most people think they're manifesting when they're really just narrating. They describe their life in vivid detail, its problems, its patterns, its limitations, and believe that awareness alone will set them free. But description is not decision. Description keeps you in the loop of what is. Decision breaks the loop and opens the portal to what can be. If you want to shift your reality, you must stop describing and start deciding. When you describe, you anchor, you repeat what already exists, and by doing so, you reinforce it. I'm always overwhelmed. People don't listen to me. It's hard to catch a break. These statements may feel honest, but honesty is not the same as alignment. Truth is not what you observe, it's what you choose. And the longer you describe your present circumstances, the more you keep them alive. Not because the words have power alone, but because your focus gives them momentum. Decision is a different frequency. It doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't seek validation. It cuts through doubt with clarity. I choose peace. I decide to be seen. This ends here. These aren't just phrases. They are energetic commitments. They pull power out of potential and place it into now. When you decide, you claim authorship over your life. You stop reporting from the sidelines and start directing the next scene. The universe doesn't respond to your descriptions. It responds to your declarations. It responds to the vibration of certainty. When you spend your energy detailing what's wrong, the field mirrors confusion, complexity, and repetition. But when you issue a decision, the field begins to reconfigure. People shift, opportunities appear, resistance dissolves, not because the world changes immediately, but because your stance within it has. To decide is not to pretend, it's to pivot. You don't need to believe the decision fully at first. You just need to stand in it long enough for your reality to catch up. Speak your choices like facts, not wishes. Feel the difference between "I'm trying to change" and "I am changed." One explains, the other creates. One keeps you where you are, the other moves you forward. This is why transformation often begins not with a plan, but with a sentence. One clear, powerful line that draws a boundary around the past and opens a doorway to the future. I've had enough. I'm ready now. This is my standard. These are not emotional outbursts. They are energetic signatures. They mark the moment where describing ends and deciding begins. So be mindful of your language. Catch yourself in the act of description and ask, is this what I want to keep creating? If not, stop mid-sentence. Shift the tone. Make a decision. Speak it clearly as if the entire field is waiting for your next move, because it is. The pen is already in your hand. Stop writing commentary. Begin writing commands. That is how you change your life. Not by describing it, but by deciding it. Every sentence you speak is a structure. Each word is a beam, a brick, a foundation, or a rooftop. Your speech is not just sound, it's architecture. It builds invisible frameworks that eventually become visible form. What you say today becomes the structure you live inside tomorrow. Most people are unaware that their casual conversations, inner monologues, and quiet complaints are not passing thoughts. They are blueprints, energetic schematics sent into the field, waiting to be built. The universe does not respond to wishes, it responds to design. When you say, "I always mess things up," you are drawing the floor plan for failure. When you say, "I don't know if I'll make it," you are leaving out walls, ceilings, and doors. And when you say, "It's too hard," you install limitations in every corner. These words do not vanish after they are spoken. They remain, forming the scaffolding of your experience. Not because the words are magic, but because your voice is an architect, and your attention is the construction crew. Speech sets the tone, but it also sets the plan. Consider how different the world feels when someone says, "It's working," versus "Nothing ever works." One sentence builds openness, the other builds a dead end. One opens windows, the other seals them shut. The mind may not catch the difference right away, but the field does. It begins assembling the life that matches the blueprint you've drawn. This is why certain phrases carry so much power. I am ready. This is for me. I claim this now. These are not affirmations. They are architectural blueprints written in the language of certainty. They provide structure to the formless. They tell the field exactly where to put the next beam, the next doorway, the next opening. When you repeat them with presence, they do not echo into emptiness. They become scaffolding in the unseen. But structure is not just in the content of your words. It's in the consistency. A single phrase, spoken once, sketches the outline. But a phrase spoken daily lays the bricks. A phrase spoken with feeling pours the concrete. A phrase spoken as identity seals the roof. Your reality is not just reacting to your words, it is assembling them. Sentence by sentence, it rises around you like a home you didn't realize you were building. To change your life, change your blueprint. Speak not from chaos, but from design. Instead of narrating confusion, declare direction. Instead of reporting your fears, install your intentions. Speak with the awareness that every line you utter is a beam you place. Every paragraph is a room. Every repetition is reinforcement. Be deliberate, be precise. And when in doubt, stop speaking altogether until your next word supports the future you're building. You are always constructing something with your voice. The question is whether you're building shelter or a prison, whether your words open space or close it. So speak like an architect, because what you say today will become what you walk through tomorrow. You are never speaking into a void. Every word you speak, every phrase you whisper, every internal monologue you replay is heard by something larger than yourself. The field, the quantum, unseen, all-listening dimension of reality is not distant. It is intimate. It listens not just to the words you use, but to the tone, the intent, and the alignment behind them. This is why some people speak once and see shifts, while others speak endlessly, and nothing changes. The field does not respond to repetition alone. It responds to resonance, to rhetorical alignment. When your thoughts, your speech, and your inner state align, your words become conductors. They do not plead or hope. They connect. They become a dialogue with the field, a conversation in the language of frequency. This conversation doesn't require fancy words. It requires coherence. When you say, "I receive but feel unworthy," the message is mixed. When you say, "I'm ready," but carry the posture of hesitation, the field hears the contradiction. But when your words match your energy, when your speech reflects your inner clarity, the field echoes back in precision. This is not about controlling your words. It's about aligning your being. You could say a simple sentence like, "This is mine," and if you believe it, feel it, and stand inside it, the field begins to move. Doors open. Coincidences unfold. Energy reconfigures. It's not magic. It's magnetism. The field is intelligent. It doesn't follow commands. It follows clarity. You've felt this before. Moments when you said something and the world immediately responded. You decided you were done settling, and suddenly people began treating you differently. You affirmed your worth, and a new opportunity arrived. These moments were not accidents. They were points of alignment. You spoke to the field in a way it understood, and it replied, not with words, but with events. The field is not testing you. It's waiting for you to speak from truth, not tension, from knowing, not noise. Every time you say, "I am," with conviction, you anchor a new version of yourself. Every time you say, "I allow," you open a channel for something higher to move through. The field doesn't need you to be perfect. It needs you to be precise. Say less, but mean more. To converse with the field is to stop speaking about what you don't want and start dialoguing with what you are ready to live. Speak as if the field is your partner, because it is. Speak not from lack, but from presence. Say what you mean and feel what you say. Let your inner state and your outer words finally meet in the same frequency. The universe is always listening, but it is only answering when you are aligned. So speak with clarity, speak with presence. Speak as one who knows the field isn't just hearing you, it is conversing with you in real time, waiting to echo back the world you claim with your voice. There are words that move you forward, and there are words that hold you still. Most people speak without realizing they're casting spells. They think they're venting, explaining, expressing, but what they're really doing is sculpting their next moment, their next mood, their next manifestation. And while there are powerful things to say, there are also phrases that quietly unravel your momentum, words that seem harmless but carry a vibration of friction, of hesitation, of collapse. To create with intention, you must become conscious not just of what empowers, but of what weakens. The first category of momentum killers is wrapped in doubt. I don't know. It's hard. I'm trying. These phrases don't seem dangerous because they're socially accepted, but that's what makes them so powerful. They slip past your awareness. When you say, I don't know, you close the door to intuitive insight. When you say, it's hard, you signal resistance to the flow. When you say, I'm trying, you're not doing. You're lingering between effort and avoidance. These are not reflections of humility. They are permission slips for delay. Then there are the phrases that loop your story. This always happens to me. That's just how I am. People never change. These words don't just describe your past. They cement it. Every time you say them, the field listens and echoes that same pattern into your future. What you call truth becomes a limitation, not because it's factual, but because it's declared. The field doesn't check if your words are statistically accurate. It checks if they are energetically consistent, and then it complies. Another hidden trap is the language of apology, used not to repair but to shrink. Sorry, I talk too much. Sorry for being a burden. Sorry, I need help. When these phrases become habitual, you're not being polite. You're disempowering yourself. You train the field to reflect your own shrinking. You train others to expect less from you. These words make you smaller every time they leave your lips, not because humility is bad, but because unnecessary self-erasure sends the signal that your presence disrupts the flow. Even more subtle are the words disguised as realism. Let's be honest. I'm just being realistic. That's just life. These phrases are usually followed by limitation. They masquerade as wisdom but are often just dressed up fear. When you say them, you anchor yourself to the known, the predictable, the already proven, and you block the quantum possibilities that live outside your current logic. The truth is, words don't just communicate, they calibrate. They tell the universe what pace you're moving at, what standard you accept, what future you believe in. The wrong words don't just slow you down, they confuse the field. So speak with precision. Listen to yourself. Notice the phrases that stall your energy, that dim your light, that press pause on your power. And when you catch them, don't scold yourself. Just change the sentence. You're not just having conversations, you're steering reality. And every word you speak either builds momentum or breaks it. Choose wisely. The future is always listening. There are words you speak that feel like affirmations, yet carry the opposite energy. They sound like you're asking for something, declaring something, reaching for growth. But hidden within them is a command to stop. These are reverse commands, subtle patterns of speech that contain subconscious negatives. They undo what you want the moment you speak them, not because your intention is wrong, but because your vibration is split. The universe does not respond to your wish. It responds to your frequency. And when the words you use carry hidden resistance, you stall your own unfolding. You might say, I don't want to be broke, believing you're declaring your desire for abundance. But the field only hears broke. It does not process negatives. It processes focus. I don't want to be alone still vibrates alone. I don't want to feel anxious still summons the tone of anxiety. These phrases create energetic friction. Your voice says one thing, but your vibration says another, and the universe, being tuned to coherence, delivers the stronger signal. Reverse commands often come cloaked in sincerity. You believe you're affirming a better life. You say, I'm done attracting people who treat me badly, not realizing that the word badly is still alive in your field. You say, I don't want to fail this time, and embed the energy of failure into the sentence. This is not about being careful with words out of superstition. It's about being energetically exact. Your language either opens a path or clouds it. The subconscious mind absorbs every word you speak. It does not filter tone or intention. It accepts statements literally and stores them as instructions. So when you say, I don't want to be tired, you're embedding tired into your programming. Over time, these reverse commands accumulate. They create static. They send the message that you are trying to move forward while looking backward. And so, progress becomes slow, forced, or scattered. The remedy is not silence. The remedy is alignment. Instead of saying what you don't want, declare what you do want in pure language. I welcome financial peace. I enjoy supportive relationships. I feel more energized every day. These phrases do not contain resistance. They do not fight the old. They embody the new. They speak to the version of you who has already arrived. The field responds instantly to clean commands, not louder ones, clearer ones. When your speech is free of contradiction, reality becomes responsive. You don't need to say it many times. You need to say it without friction. Your job is not to repeat affirmations out of fear, but to speak from a place of calm decisiveness, to speak as if your voice creates architecture, which it does. Listen closely to yourself. Track the patterns. Reverse commands are not obvious. They are subtle echoes of doubt. When you find them, gently flip them. Speak forward. Speak clearly. Speak in the direction of what is rising, not what is being escaped. Because the universe always listens to what you emphasize, not what you intend. Every time you complain, you think you're releasing pressure. You think you're just expressing how you feel, venting frustration, letting something out. But complaint is not release. It is reinforcement. It cements the very reality you wish to change. It anchors your energy in what's missing, in what's wrong, in what hasn't arrived yet. And the moment you speak from that vibration, you give it more life. Not metaphorically, literally. Your words become the wet cement that hardens into your next experience. Complaint is the language of stagnation. It disguises itself as honesty, as realism, even as connection. But what it truly does is train your focus to stay fixed on what isn't working. And the more you narrate what isn't working, the more of it you summon. You think you're just describing a bad day, but you're actually ordering another. You think you're unloading a frustration, but you're programming your field to repeat it. The universe doesn't respond to whether something feels justified. It doesn't weigh the fairness of your emotions or the logic of your stories. It listens to your vibration, and the vibration of complaint is lack. It is absence. It is frustration, looped into sound. When spoken often enough, it becomes identity. You stop talking about problems and start becoming the person who always has them. The tone you use becomes the atmosphere around you. You've seen this in others. People who constantly complain never seem to catch a break. Not because the world is harder on them, but because their speech keeps recreating the same loops. Their words paint the same room every day, and then wonder why the view never changes. The curse of complaint is not that bad things happen. It's that you become magnetically stuck to them through your attention. And yet this pattern is easy to shift, because complaint at its core is misdirected creative energy. Every time you feel the urge to complain, it means energy is moving. It means contrast has revealed something you want. The problem is not the emotion. The problem is that you speak from the wound instead of the wisdom it reveals. Instead of "I hate being alone," try "I am ready to feel connected." Instead of "I'm tired of being broke," speak "I'm open to new channels of abundance." One keeps you in the past. The other opens the door. To break the curse of complaint is not to suppress what you feel. It is to redirect it. Speak what is rising, not what is rotting. Speak what you desire, not what you're fed up with. Let your words become prayers, not protests. The field is always listening. It is always arranging itself to match your most frequent signals. So pause before you vent. Ask yourself, do I want more of what I'm about to say? If the answer is no, change the sentence. Find a higher note. The power is not in pretending everything is perfect. It is in choosing to build instead of relive. Because the moment you stop complaining, you stop recycling. And the moment you stop recycling, life has room to evolve. There is a moment when something begins to shift, when energy starts to rise, when the impossible begins to feel near, and then it is lost. Not because you weren't ready, not because you weren't aligned, but because you started explaining. You felt the need to justify the change, to make sense of the breakthrough, to reassure others or yourself that it was reasonable, logical, acceptable, and in doing so, you slowed it down. Because miracles do not need explanation, they need allowance. The need to explain is rooted in control. It is an attempt to manage perception, to protect identity, to hold reality inside the bounds of what feels safe. But miracles do not live in the safe. They live in the wild. They exist beyond the edge of explanation, in the space where logic takes its hands off the wheel and something greater begins to move. When you try to explain a miracle, you shrink it. You put it in a container too small to hold its fullness. You translate the language of the divine into the vocabulary of fear. You've done this before. Something beautiful happens. A sudden shift in a relationship, an unexpected opportunity, a moment of clarity, and instead of standing inside it, letting it grow, you begin to unravel it with words. It's probably just a coincidence. I'm not sure I deserve this. It might not last. These phrases seem harmless, but they send a signal to the field. I don't trust what's happening. I need to rationalize it. And the moment you do that, the flow slows. The energy cools. The door begins to close. Explanations are not evil. But when they are driven by fear, by doubt, by the need to justify your worthiness, they become blocks. They interrupt the miracle mid-flight. They make you step out of receiving mode and back into managing mode. But you were not meant to manage miracles. You were meant to make space for them. You were meant to feel them fully, without breaking them down for others to understand. Some things are not meant to be explained. They are meant to be embodied. When your life begins to change, you don't owe anyone an explanation, not even yourself. The miracle is not asking to be translated. It is asking to be welcomed. It is asking to be stabilized through presence, not dissected through analysis. Let the shift be enough. Let the opening be real. Let the change be mysterious, strange, uncomfortable, even unexplainable. You do not need to fit it into a story. You do not need to justify it to your past. You are allowed to receive what doesn't make sense. You are allowed to be blessed without a logical reason. Because what you are becoming isn't reasonable. It's radiant. So when the miracle comes, speak less. Soften more. Let it land fully. Trust that it belongs. Trust that you do too. Let go of the need to explain. Let the miracle stay miraculous. Let the magic be enough. Some of the most damaging spells you cast don't sound like curses at all. They sound like casual phrases, small jokes, everyday comments. You don't mean to sabotage yourself, but you do it with your voice, with phrases that slip past your awareness, loaded with signals of doubt, unworthiness, and fear. And because the universe is always listening to the tone beneath the words, it begins to organize your life to match. This is vocal self-sabotage, when what you say keeps you from what you truly want. It often sounds harmless. Just my luck. Story of my life. I probably messed it up. I can't catch a break. You say these things to fill the silence, to soften discomfort, to connect with others through shared struggle. But the universe doesn't hear your intention. It hears your repetition. It hears your authority. And when you keep speaking as someone who never wins, who always struggles, who constantly doubts, it reflects that version of you back, again and again. Even sarcasm has weight. When you say, "Of course this would happen to me," the field receives that as truth. It doesn't analyze your humor, it translates your pattern. Your nervous system hears it too. Every time you joke about failure, you reinforce the groove. Every time you downplay your ability, you shrink your field. What begins as humor becomes habit. What begins as modesty becomes a script. And then there are the phrases wrapped in apology. I don't mean to bother you. This is probably a stupid idea. I know I'm being dramatic. These words aren't polite. They are permissions for others and the universe to treat you as smaller than you are. They signal that your presence is negotiable, that your truth is optional. And so the reality you experience will mirror that shrinking. People overlook you, opportunities pass you by. Energy hesitates around you because you hesitated first. Vocal self-sabotage also shows up in how you speak about time, money, and energy. I'm so busy, I'm exhausted, I'm broke. These phrases seem factual, but when spoken often, they become identities. You become the person who never has time, who's always tired, who never has enough. Not because you chose it deliberately, but because you spoke it too consistently. The good news is, awareness is the cure. You don't need to fight these patterns. You only need to stop reinforcing them. Catch the phrase, pause, replace it. Just my luck becomes, good things are always unfolding for me. I'm broke becomes, money is flowing in unexpected ways. These are not affirmations, they are corrections. They shift the signal you're sending. And when your voice sends a new signal, the field begins to respond. Speak like someone whose words matter, because they do. Speak like someone whose voice creates, because it already is. Every phrase you use is either building momentum or breaking it. So speak as if the universe is on your side. And stop saying anything that tells it otherwise. There are words that lock you in place. Not because they're true, but because they're familiar. Words you've used to describe yourself, your story, your struggle, so often that they've become part of your identity. You say them casually, even humorously. I'm just not good with people. I always attract the wrong ones. I'm the anxious one in the family. And each time you carve that identity deeper into your field. These are not just observations. They are affirmations of limitation. This is the language of victimhood, when your words unconsciously anchor you to a version of yourself that no longer serves you. Victimhood doesn't always look dramatic. It's quiet, subtle, disguised as honesty or relatability. You're not trying to attract sympathy, you're just explaining yourself. But in doing so, you create energetic contracts. You tell the universe, this is who I am, this is how I operate, this is what I expect. And the universe listens, not with judgment, but with obedience. It mirrors back the identity you've claimed, even when that identity is built on pain you'd rather release. These phrases sound like facts. I can't trust people. I never finish anything. I'm too sensitive. But they aren't facts. They are frozen moments. They're conclusions drawn from old wounds, repeated so many times they've hardened into belief. And belief is the blueprint for reality. You don't get what you want. You get what you believe yourself to be. And if you keep identifying with your suffering, you'll keep attracting situations that validate it. You are not your patterns. You are not your pain. But when you speak as if you are, the field responds accordingly. Say, I've always struggled with money, and you anchor the struggle. Say, no one ever really sees me, and you keep living unseen. The more you define yourself by your history, the more difficult it becomes to access your future. Identity becomes a loop, and language is what loops it. To change your life, you must first change your identifiers. Stop describing yourself with limitations you don't want to keep. Instead of I'm anxious, try I'm learning to find peace. Instead of I'm bad with boundaries, say I'm building strength in my voice. These are not lies. They are directions. They point your energy forward instead of trapping it in the past. You do not need to erase your story. You simply need to stop reliving it with every sentence. Your voice carries authority. Use it to affirm who you're becoming, not just who you've been. Speak your identity as an evolving truth, not a permanent prison. The field does not need a dramatic declaration to shift. It only needs a subtle correction spoken with intention. So listen to yourself. Notice the identifiers you repeat. Ask whether they reflect your future or just your familiar pain. And if they don't match the life you're creating, rewrite them. You're not bound by the language of victimhood. unless you keep using it. Change your words. Change your identity. The universe will adjust. There is a quiet seduction in telling your story, especially the painful parts. You believe you're releasing it, processing it, maybe even helping others by sharing, and for a moment, it feels like healing. But if you tell the story too often, if you repeat the same sequence of wounds, betrayals, and struggles with the same tone, the same rhythm, the same emotional charge, you are not healing. You are rehearsing. You are feeding the loop. This is the trap of storytelling pain. It keeps your past alive by making it the centerpiece of your voice. The universe is listening to your words, not as entertainment, but as instruction. When you recount your past pain with vivid detail and unresolved energy, you reopen the field. You reactivate that timeline. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between remembering and reliving, and neither does the field. What you speak with emotion becomes your point of attraction. It doesn't matter that it happened years ago. If your voice still trembles with the memory, you are still inviting it forward. Pain becomes identity when it becomes narrative. You stop being someone who was betrayed and start being the one who always gets hurt. You stop being someone who lost money and become the one who never gets ahead. These stories are not fiction, but they are not destiny either. They are choices. Repeating them over and over hardens them into belief. And belief shapes the architecture of your future. There is nothing wrong with telling your story, but there is a difference between using your story to reveal wisdom and using it to rehearse pain. One empowers, the other imprisons. If every conversation becomes a return to the past, if every breakthrough is followed by, "But here's what I've been through," you are tying your present to an outdated script. And the universe, ever obedient, will mirror your script, not your potential. Healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means releasing the need to make pain the central character. It means being more committed to the future you're creating than the story you've survived. Speak less about what broke you and more about what built you. Speak as the author of a new chapter, not the victim of the last one. Let your story end not with a period of pain, but with a comma of possibility. You do not need to tell the story again for it to be valid. Your growth validates it. Your peace proves it. Your joy is the evidence that the pain was real, but not final. The more you speak from what you've become, the less you need to return to what you've endured. So the next time you begin to tell the old story, pause. Ask yourself if this retelling will create expansion or repetition. Speak only what you want to see more of. Let your voice be a bridge to your next chapter, not an anchor to your last. Pain doesn't have to be your story forever. You are allowed to outgrow the loop. And when you stop feeding it with words, it finally fades. Most of what you say didn't begin with you. You absorbed it at the dinner table, in the classroom, from overheard conversations and quiet nods of agreement. You speak ideas you never questioned. You repeat phrases handed down like heirlooms. Money doesn't grow on trees. You can't have everything. Life is hard. These words were spoken by others who were also repeating what they'd been told, and without realizing it, you accepted their beliefs as truth. You echoed them, and in echoing them, you began to live inside their limits. This is how inherited language becomes inherited life. You speak the language of your upbringing, your culture, your lineage, and that language quietly shapes your reality, not because the words are magical, but because they carry a vibrational blueprint. Every time you repeat someone else's belief, you reinforce the emotional and energetic framework that built their world. And so, without meaning to, you recreate their patterns. You loop through their struggles. You wear their stories as your own. The echo doesn't feel foreign. It feels familiar, safe, responsible. You believe you're being practical when you say, "I have to work hard for everything." You believe you're being realistic when you say, "People like me don't get opportunities like that." But those phrases are not rooted in your truth. They are echoes of someone else's survival, and unless you pause to question them, you will build your life with their bricks, unaware you've inherited their ceiling. Language is one of the most powerful forms of programming, and it doesn't always enter through force. It enters through repetition. You heard your parents say, "That's just the way life is," and you nodded. You heard teachers say, "You're not that kind of student," and you agreed. You heard friends say, "You always attract the wrong people," and you laughed. And in that laughter, in that agreement, you adopted the pattern. The words became yours, and then they became your reality. But none of it is fixed. You can interrupt the echo. You can notice the words in your mouth that do not belong to your spirit. You can ask, "Who taught me this? And do I want to keep building with it?" Because once you realize a belief isn't yours, you are no longer bound by it. You can return it. You can replace it. Begin by listening closely. When you say something about yourself, your future, your worth, ask if it feels true or just familiar. The familiar is not always the aligned, and if it isn't aligned, it doesn't belong. Speak from your own knowing, not inherited narratives. Craft your own language, one phrase at a time. You are not here to echo the past. You are here to create the new. Let your voice become original. Let it reflect who you are becoming, not who someone else was. Because the moment you stop repeating their words, you stop repeating their world. And that is when yours begins. Not all questions open doors. Some questions build walls. You were taught to ask questions to seek answers, to explore, to understand. But when your curiosity is rooted in fear, limitation, or control, it doesn't expand your reality, it contracts it. Most people don't realize they're using their questions to cage creation. They're not wondering, they're doubting, they're not expanding, they're trapping themselves in a loop of why, how, and what if. That keeps them stuck in the very version of life they're trying to escape. It sounds like this: why does this always happen to me? What if it doesn't work? How will I make it through this? These questions pretend to be productive. They sound sincere, but they're anchored in lack. The field doesn't respond to the question's grammar. It responds to its frequency. And when the question vibrates from fear, the answers that come match that vibration. You ask from panic, and the field echoes confusion. You ask from doubt, and you receive more reasons to doubt. The wrong questions are subtle. They feel responsible. What's the safest choice? What do other people expect me to do? How do I avoid failure? These inquiries do not call forth your future. They reinforce your past. They point your focus toward survival, not expansion. And the more you ask them, the more you build a life around maintenance rather than movement. The universe is not a puzzle to be solved. It is a partner to be directed. And your questions are not neutral. They are instructions. When you ask a question, you shift your energy toward the answer. But if the question is small, the answer will be too. If the question is soaked in fear, the answer will echo that fear. This is not about being careful. It is about being conscious. Conscious of the difference between a question that opens you and one that tightens you. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening?" ask, "What is this making possible?" Instead of "What's wrong with me?" ask, "What version of me is ready to rise?" These questions don't look away from your life. They redirect it. They assume growth. They assume movement. They assume that the universe is conspiring in your favor and that every answer is a doorway, not a dead end. You are not powerless to your questions. You can upgrade them. You can pause and feel their energy before you speak them. You can notice when your curiosity is a mask for worry. And when it is, you can stop. Breathe, ask something better, because the quality of your life doesn't just depend on the answers you receive. It depends on the questions you're willing to ask. So speak questions that expand you, questions that pull you forward, not back, questions that assume the best, not brace for the worst. The field is always responding, and your curiosity can either be a cage or a key. Choose the ones that unlock. Ask as the creator, not the captive. The answers will follow your lead. Sarcasm is clever. It's quick, sharp, and socially accepted as harmless humor. It makes people laugh, breaks tension, builds camaraderie, but underneath the surface, sarcasm often hides something deeper. Pain, disappointment, defensiveness, and when used too often, it becomes more than a style of speech. It becomes a spell, a vibration that twists intention and blocks clarity. Because sarcasm isn't neutral, it carries a frequency, and when repeated enough, it begins to hijack your field, masking truth with cynicism and slowing the very changes you're trying to call in. You might say, well, that's just my luck. After something goes wrong, everyone chuckles. The moment passes, but the field doesn't laugh. It listens, it records, it matches the vibration behind the joke. And when the tone beneath the humor carries defeat, resentment, or bitterness, that's the energy that echoes back. You think you're just being witty, but what you're really doing is affirming limitation in disguise. Sarcasm often feels like a shield, a way to protect your vulnerability, to speak without fully revealing how much you care, to distance yourself from disappointment. If you pretend not to take things seriously, it hurts less when they fall apart. But in doing that, you also weaken your signal. You tell the universe, I'm not serious about this, I don't really want it, I'm too cool to believe in something fully. And so your words lose magnetism. Your desires go unanswered, not because they're not worthy, but because your tone wrapped them in doubt. Even when used playfully, sarcasm has weight. It adds static to your signal. Yeah, right, like that'll ever happen. You say it with a smirk, but the frequency it emits is resistance. It contradicts your deeper longing. It sends mixed messages to the field. One part of you wants love, abundance, joy. Another part mocks those very things before they can arrive. And the field reflects the dominant tone, not the secret hope behind it. The danger of sarcasm isn't in one phrase. It's in repetition. When your voice becomes a pattern of irony and detachment, you begin to live from that place. You create at arm's length. You dismiss miracles before they can form. You entertain yourself with cleverness while slowly dimming your ability to believe. And belief is the core of creation. Not blind belief, but full-hearted presence. A willingness to speak clearly without disguise. There is nothing wrong with humor. Laughter opens the body, softens the field, lifts resistance. But sarcasm is humor laced with hesitation. It turns joy into armor. It uses cleverness to hide the parts of you that are still hoping, still dreaming, still open to something better. And those are the parts the universe responds to most. So notice when your words carry a smirk. Notice when you joke about things you actually care about. And ask yourself, am I hiding behind this sentence or standing inside it? Speak with clarity, not camouflage. Speak like someone who believes again. Because once you drop the sarcasm, your voice becomes sacred, and the universe starts to take you seriously, just like you always wanted. Before there was form, there was frequency. Before there was thought, there was tone. The universe did not begin with light. It began with sound. A vibration so pure, so expansive, so powerful that from it came galaxies, elements, breath, time. This was the original sound, not something you can hear with the ear, but something you can feel with your being. It is the hum beneath existence, the eternal resonance that still pulses through every atom. And the more you tune yourself to that frequency, the more your life begins to harmonize with creation itself. You are not separate from that sound. It lives in your body. It hums in your bones. It rides on your breath. When you speak, you do not just make noise, you emit frequency. And the closer your tone is to the original sound, the more power it carries. That power is not in volume. It is not in perfection. It is in alignment. When you speak from presence with intention and purity of emotion, your voice begins to resonate, not just with people, but with the fabric of reality itself. This is why some voices command stillness, why certain words seem to rearrange the air. When someone speaks from a place of deep coherence, they are tuning themselves to the primordial frequency. They are not trying to be heard. They are heard because their vibration matches the tone that birthed the stars. Their speech is not noise, it is remembrance. And when you listen closely, you can feel that sound calling you back into resonance too. Most people live off-key. Their voice carries the weight of distortion, fear, guilt, shame, resistance, not because they're broken, but because they've forgotten how to tune. They speak from tension instead of truth. They force, perform, pretend. And the further they drift from the original sound, the harder life feels. More noise, less harmony, more effort, less flow. Because when you are out of tune, everything becomes friction. Tuning yourself is not a performance. It is a return. It is the choice to breathe slowly, to speak deliberately, to feel your words before you release them. It is the decision to let your voice carry truth, not just data. When you hum a single tone with awareness, you begin to remember. When you speak with reverence, your words begin to ripple with creative energy. This is not poetic, it is practical. Sound is structure, vibration is architecture, and your voice is a tuning fork. Start each day by finding your note. A single tone sung from the belly, not the throat. Not to impress, but to align. Speak less, but with more presence. Listen not only to what you say, but to how it feels in your body. The original sound is always here, waiting beneath your breath, waiting to be remembered, and when you tune yourself to it, life begins to respond. Not because you are louder, but because you are finally in harmony with the frequency that started it all. There is a power in repetition that modern minds often dismiss. We crave novelty, complexity, fresh answers, but creation has always bowed to rhythm, not to randomness. The ancients knew this. They didn't whisper once and wait. They repeated, with breath, with devotion, with full-bodied presence. They chanted mantras not to convince the gods, but to tune their own vibration, because repetition doesn't just build belief. It reshapes the field. It rewires the body. It reprograms the frequency you live from. This is not superstition. It is structure. Ancient mantras were not casual phrases. They were codes, sacred syllables designed to align the speaker with universal forces. Aum, So, Hum, Sat, Nam. These were not just sounds. They were keys. Spoken again and again until they carved new channels in the mind, new rhythms in the breath, new awareness in the spirit. Through repetition, chaos quieted. Through repetition, stillness returned. And in that stillness, the desired reality began to crystallize. Modern culture rushes past this wisdom. We try something once and judge its effectiveness by how quickly it delivers. But creation does not respond to impulse. It responds to consistency. When you say something over and over, not out of desperation but from grounded presence, you begin to align with it, not just in mind, but in tone, in cell, in soul. I am loved. I am free. I am ready. At first, these may feel like affirmations. Over time, they become identity. And identity is the architecture of experience. You've already seen this at work, even without trying. Repeating complaints becomes your atmosphere. Repeating fears becomes your worldview. Repeating old stories becomes your future. The field does not care if you call it truth or trauma. It listens to what is said most often, not what is said with the most logic. And so your repetition becomes your reality, by design or by default. This is why sacred repetition must return, not as blind optimism, but as conscious programming. Not because the words are magic, but because you are. When you repeat something with clarity, with emotion, with stillness behind the sound, you send the field a clear signal, one it can follow, one it can build from, Repetition becomes resonance, and resonance becomes reality. But there is a difference between repeating with presence and repeating with tension. Many repeat affirmations while still vibrating in fear. This sends a mixed signal. It delays the response. The key is to slow down, to feel each word as if you're speaking it for the first time, not from lack, but from knowing, not from hope, but from alignment. Then the mantra moves from surface to source. Then it begins to echo back through your life. So choose your phrase, make it yours. Say it softly, say it daily. Say it until the noise dissolves and only truth remains. In a world addicted to distraction, repetition is your rebellion. It is how you return to the signal, to the self, to the song you came here to remember. Say it again, not because it's new, but because it's becoming real. Everything you speak is made of sound, and every sound you make carries a frequency. That frequency does not stop at your lips. It moves outward into the field around you, into the bodies of those who hear you, into the structure of your life. And when the tone of that sound reaches resonance, something extraordinary happens. Matter begins to rearrange itself. This is not philosophy, it is physics. One sound, spoken with alignment, can cause infinite change. Resonance is the point where vibration meets structure and creates harmony. It's why a single tone can shatter glass, why a violin string begins to vibrate when a nearby piano key is struck. And it's why your voice, when tuned to the right emotion, the right truth, the right level of clarity, begins to affect everything it touches. You don't need to know how the energy moves. You just need to speak in the tone that aligns, because the field knows what to do with resonance. Most people speak without tuning. They talk from reaction, from tension, from the scattered static of thought. Their words carry effort but lack frequency. And so little changes. Their affirmations feel hollow. Their desires feel distant. But when you stop trying to push and start speaking from a deeper place, from stillness, from embodiment, from resonance, you no longer need to push. The sound carries the shift for you. Think back to a moment when someone said something that changed you. It wasn't just their words, it was their tone, their energy, the way their voice landed in your chest and made you feel something real. That's resonance. It bypasses logic. It moves through memory. It speaks directly to the field that shapes your reality. And when your own words carry that tone, they begin to reorganize your life. This is why a single sentence spoken at the right frequency can transform a moment. I am ready. This ends now. I belong here. These are not magic phrases. They are frequencies wrapped in form. When said with presence, they reverberate. They echo through timelines. They reach versions of you that were waiting for permission. And in that moment, something changes, not gradually, but instantly. Resonance isn't about saying more. It's about saying less with more coherence. You could repeat hundreds of affirmations, or you could speak one truth with such alignment that the field has no choice but to adjust. The goal is not volume. It is vibration, not performance, but precision. The more attuned your tone, the more responsive your world becomes. So find the one sound that feels like truth, the one phrase that holds weight in your chest. Speak it slowly. Speak it until it hums through your body. Let it ripple through your reality without effort. One sound, when fully aligned, does not need repetition to be heard. It needs only to be real. And when it is, it will begin to change everything. There are words that cool and words that burn. Some open like rivers and soothe the nervous system. Others strike like lightning and ignite dormant energy. Every word you speak carries more than meaning. It carries temperature, rhythm, force. And when you learn to feel the elemental quality of your language, you begin to master how your words affect the world around you. You begin to speak like a sculptor, not just of thoughts, but of states. This is elemental mastery, knowing which words are made of water and which ones are made of fire. Water words move gently. They glide through space, soften resistance, and restore balance. They are words of healing, ease, forgiveness, and trust. Allow, flow, ease, soften. These are not passive. They are powerful in their fluidity. When spoken with presence, they smooth jagged energy, bring clarity to chaos, and regulate the emotional tide. When your energy is scattered or your mind is spiraling, water words bring you back to center, not with force, but with surrender. Fire words do the opposite. They catalyze. They sharpen focus, cut through noise, and awaken what has gone dormant. Now, decide, rise, enough. These are the words that spark change. They carry urgency, direction, heat. When you feel stuck or complacent, when the atmosphere around you has gone dull or foggy, fire words reignite the field. They don't ask, they declare. They don't soothe, they stir. You've used these instinctively. When calming a child or a partner, your voice softens and your words elongate. That's water. When standing up for yourself, your speech becomes shorter, more direct. That's fire. You didn't learn this from a textbook. You felt it, because language is elemental. It is not just expression. It is modulation. A good speaker doesn't just choose the right word. They choose the right element. Mastery comes when you can shift between the two with intention. When you know when to pour and when to burn. Too much water and you become passive, unable to make decisive moves. Too much fire and you scorch everything before it can grow. But balance them and you become magnetic. You soothe what needs softening and you ignite what needs to move. Start noticing the tone of your voice when you speak certain words. Do they open or close? Do they cool or heat? Do they land like a wave or like a spark? Speak water when the moment calls for surrender. Speak fire when the moment calls for truth. Neither is better. Both are needed. Each carries power when used with presence. The world is shaped by elements, and your words are part of that shaping. Use them not carelessly, but with elemental clarity. Speak as a healer when needed. Speak as a flame when the time comes, and in doing so, you will no longer merely talk. You will move mountains and melt them, all with the same breath. There is a way of speaking that does not rely on response, a way of using your voice not to be heard by other people, but to be recognized by the world itself. The ancients knew this. They spoke not only to each other, but to rivers, to rocks, to fire, to wind. They didn't see nature as background. They saw it as being, living, listening, responsive being. And when they spoke, it was with the awareness that everything around them had a spirit. This is the secret of animistic speech. You are always in conversation, even when no one answers back. To modern minds, speaking to trees, to walls, to stars may seem foolish. But the foolishness is not in speaking. It is in assuming nothing is listening. Because when you speak with reverence, when you speak as if the world is alive, you begin to feel the subtle shifts. The atmosphere changes. Your breath slows. The energy around you thickens. Something opens. Something ancient remembers. You speak differently when you believe the trees are listening. You choose your words more carefully. Your tone softens. Your chest expands. You don't speak to control. You speak to connect. And that connection is real. Because matter responds to frequency. Wood holds memory. Stone carries presence. Stars pulse with intention. They may not speak in words, but they respond in rhythm. When you speak to a tree, you are not just talking to bark and branches. You are acknowledging a consciousness so still, so rooted, so vast, that it does not need to speak back. You offer it sound. You offer it presence. And often, if you're quiet enough afterward, it speaks. Not in English, but in knowing, in silence, in internal shifts. You walk away changed, even if nothing was said aloud. Walls remember everything. Speak to them, and you begin to sense what's been stored. Apologize for the tension. Thank them for holding space. Bless the rooms you walk through. Your voice leaves a residue. And when spoken with love, it purifies. When spoken with blame, it clings. Speak to your walls like you're rewriting the energy they carry. The stars, too, are always listening, not to your needs, but to your frequency. When you look up and whisper your intentions into the night, you're not projecting into emptiness. You're placing your signal into a field that stretches across galaxies. You are remembered. You are seen, not in the way humans see, but in the way existence tracks energy. And your energy, when spoken aloud under the stars, carries further than you can know. Animistic speech is not childish. It is sacred. It is a return to right relationship with the world around you. Speak to the wind. Speak to your tea. Speak to your worn-out shoes. Speak with kindness, with attention, with humility. The world is alive. It is not waiting to be proven conscious. It is waiting to be remembered as such. And your voice is the key. Use it to re-enter the conversation that never truly ended. There is a phrase that lives inside you. It's not borrowed from a book or a coach or a list of affirmations. It is yours, unique to your voice, your energy, your unfolding. And when spoken with clarity and conviction, this phrase doesn't just make you feel better. It shifts the timeline you're on. It changes your trajectory. It acts like a key, unlocking the version of reality that had been waiting for you to speak in its language. This is your personal command phrase. And finding it is not about picking the prettiest words. It's about finding the ones that make the room pause when you say them. A command phrase isn't about force. It's about resonance. It's the sentence that feels like a decision, the sentence that cuts through noise, dissolves doubt, and rearranges your posture internally and externally. It doesn't just tell the universe what you want. It tells the version of you who already has it, that you're ready to meet. And when said with alignment, it collapses the distance between now and next. This phrase doesn't need to be long. In fact, the most powerful ones are usually short. It's already done. I go first. I remember who I am. No more. This is my time. Each one is a doorway. Each one, when spoken from embodiment, changes the frequency you operate from. And when your frequency shifts, your reality has no choice but to catch up. You've likely felt glimpses of this before, moments when you said something with absolute certainty, not to convince, but to declare, and everything began to move. The phone call came. The answer appeared. Your energy shifted. That wasn't luck. That was resonance. That was the power of your command frequency slipping through your voice. But it wasn't random. It was yours. And when you choose to speak it again, deliberately, consistently, everything begins to reconfigure. To find your phrase, you must listen, not to what sounds good, but to what feels final. Speak different sentences aloud. Let them move through your body. Pay attention to the one that makes you stand taller. Breathe deeper. Still your mind. That is the one that carries weight. That is the one that already lives in the reality you're stepping into. When you use your command phrase, use it like a sacred switch, not constantly, not casually, but with reverence. Speak it when doubt creeps in. Speak it before big decisions. Speak it when nothing else makes sense. Let it become the tone that reminds the universe and yourself of the timeline you've chosen, and do not back down from it. You don't need 100 affirmations when one truth is fully embodied. You don't need to speak all day when one phrase, spoken with power, does the work of 1,000 words. Choose the one that makes you feel like you've already arrived. Speak it not as hope, but as command. And watch how quickly the world begins to respond. Because when your voice aligns with your future, the future answers back. There is a language you speak before words, a rhythm that shapes your presence, your perception, your power. It is your breath. Before you ever spoke your first sentence, you were breathing, And long after your last word is spoken, your breath will still carry the pulse of your being. Breath is not just survival, it is the conductor of your frequency. And when you merge breath with language, you no longer simply talk, you command. This is awakened breathwork, the conscious fusion of breath and word to shape reality from the inside out. Most people speak from the throat, disconnected from their breath. Their words tumble out fast, shallow, reactive. There's no power in them because there's no presence. But when you speak from your breath, from the belly, from the center, you slow time. You speak not just into space, but into form. The air behind your words carries weight. It resonates, it moves, and the world responds. Breath is your first alignment tool. It tells your body what's real, what's safe, what's urgent. It anchors your nervous system, regulates your energy, and tunes your vibration. Words spoken without breath are empty. But when language rides the rhythm of breath, something ancient reawakens. You speak slower, but every word lands deeper. You say less, but it means more. You're no longer just saying things, you're transmitting frequency. Try this. Before you speak anything important, pause. Breathe deeply, down to your core. Let the breath fill you, not just physically, but energetically. Then let the words rise, not from your mind, but from your breath. From the place that doesn't rush, from the place that knows. This isn't about dramatic pauses, it's about restoring coherence. You are aligning your inner world with your outer voice. And when that happens, your words become spells, not metaphorically, literally. They begin to shape the reality around you. Inhale, speak your truth. Exhale, let it land. Breath is the delivery system for every declaration. If your breath is scattered, your language will be too. But when your breath is steady, your voice carries authority. It calms the chaos. It calls timelines into formation. It stabilizes the signal you're sending into the field. This is why every sacred tradition in history includes breathwork, not just for health, but for power. Breath clears the static between you and source. It softens resistance. It lifts your voice into alignment with what is real beyond the mind. When you speak from breath, you bypass the noise. You move from essence. You do not need to speak more to create more. You need to breathe more when you speak. Let your breath be the anchor for every phrase, the current that carries your command. Speak only when the breath behind your words is steady. Speak as if your breath is the bridge between you and existence, because it is. And when you merge them, the field does not hesitate. It listens, it moves, it obeys. The body listens more closely than the mind. It does not analyze, it does not doubt, it receives. And what it receives most clearly is your voice. Every cell responds to tone, every organ registers language, every breath carries the imprint of what you say to yourself. You may think healing is only physical, nutrition, rest, medicine, but healing also has a language. And when spoken with truth, it doesn't just comfort, it transforms. There is a subtle violence in the way many people speak to their bodies. I hate how I look. I'm always tired. My body is broken. These aren't just complaints, they are instructions. Repeated enough, they become affirmations your body begins to live by. It's not that your body is disobedient, it's that it's loyal. Loyal to your tone, loyal to your belief, loyal to the messages you whisper beneath your breath when no one else can hear. But there is another way, a way of speaking to the body that invites it to remember its wholeness, not by pretending nothing's wrong, but by recognizing that language can open doorways. You can speak to your cells like companions, not enemies. You can say, I hear you. I'm learning to care for you. We're in this together. These words may seem small, but the body receives them as safety. And safety is the beginning of all healing. The nervous system especially listens to language. It reacts not just to external threats, but to internal narration. If you say, this pain will never go away, your system braces. If you say, "This pain is shifting," your system softens, and in that softening, blood flows better, breathing deepens, the immune system reactivates. Healing is not always loud. Sometimes it begins with a whisper of truth, said in the right tone. The body doesn't need poetry. It needs honesty, not harsh honesty, but grounded, loving truth. I've neglected you, and I'm sorry. I've pushed you too far. You've carried so much, and I see it now. These aren't affirmations, they're reconciliations. And they matter because healing doesn't happen in separation, it happens in union. And language is the bridge that brings your mind and body back into relationship. You can speak directly to the area of discomfort. You can place your hand there and say, "You are safe now. We're not in danger anymore. You're allowed to release." It may feel strange at first, but the body understands frequency more than logic. It knows when you're speaking with presence. It knows when your words are invitations instead of commands. So speak with care, not fearfully, not obsessively, but intentionally. Let your language become a balm, not a burden. Let it remind your body of what it already knows, how to return, how to realign, how to heal. You don't have to say much. You only have to mean it. Speak truth, softly. Speak healing, steadily. Your body is listening. It always has been. Now speak what it's been waiting to hear. Power does not always roar. It does not always demand, dominate, or declare. Sometimes it barely moves the air. Sometimes it arrives in a whisper so quiet that only the soul hears it, and yet it changes everything. This is the voice of stillness. The voice that doesn't need to convince because it already knows. The voice that doesn't compete for attention because it carries truth that cannot be ignored. And when you speak from this place, you don't just communicate, you reshape fate. Stillness is not silence, it is presence. It is the space within you that exists beneath fear, beneath thought, beneath identity. It is the calm before the word, the pause that gives speech its power. When your voice rises from stillness, even a whisper becomes a force, not because of its volume, but because of its clarity. The universe doesn't respond to how loud you are. It responds to how aligned you are, and alignment often speaks softly. Most people think they need to speak with strength to be heard. They raise their voice. They repeat themselves. They explain. But true resonance doesn't come from pushing. It comes from centering, from speaking from the place where nothing is rushed, nothing is forced. When you whisper from stillness, the field leans in. People feel it. Reality responds differently. There is something about the softness that disarms resistance and slips through defenses. You've felt this before. Someone said just a few words, barely audible, and they stayed with you for years. Not because the words were clever, but because they were true. They came from stillness. They came from a depth that could not be faked. And that depth carried weight. It changed something in you, and in the same way, your own stillness carries the ability to shift others, not through persuasion, but through presence. Fate is not fixed. It bends to vibration, and vibration is influenced most by intention, not intensity. The stiller you become inside, the more power your voice carries outside. When you say, "I'm ready," from that place, life opens. When you whisper, "This is mine," with no tension, no fear, no attachment, just knowing, timelines shift. The world rearranges, because in that moment there is no noise in the field, only clarity. To access this voice, you must slow down. You must breathe before speaking. Feel the ground. Let your energy drop beneath your mind and into your body. Then speak, not from urgency, but from truth. Even if it's just one sentence, especially if it's just one sentence. That whisper, born from stillness, carries more power than 1,000 shouting thoughts. You do not need to raise your voice to change your life. You need only to lower your resistance. Let stillness speak. Let the quiet within you become the voice that leads. And trust that the universe, in all its vastness, is always listening closer to the whispers than to the noise. Speak from stillness and watch how softly fate bends in your favor. There is a conversation happening all the time, even when you are silent, a dialogue between your essence and the field, between your breath and the unseen forces that shape your life. Most ignore it, too distracted to notice the replies. Others try to force it, demanding signs, begging for answers, speaking too loudly to hear the whisper coming back. But those who learn to listen with presence and speak with reverence discover a different kind of communication, one that doesn't echo in sound but in synchronicity, one that speaks through movement, not mouths. This is divine dialogue, a two-way exchange with the unseen intelligence behind everything. You are not talking to emptiness when you speak your desires, your intentions, your fears. You are speaking into a field that holds memory, rhythm, and consciousness. The unseen is not passive. It listens, not to your grammar, but to your tone, not to your logic, but to your coherence. Every time you say, "I trust," the field feels it. Every time you say, "Show me," something begins to rearrange. You may not hear an answer in words, but you'll feel a shift. A door opens, a delay dissolves, a coincidence arrives exactly on time. But to stay in dialogue with the divine, you must stop performing. You must stop trying to sound spiritual, profound, perfect. Speak honestly. Speak like you're speaking to a friend who knows you better than anyone, because that's what the unseen truly is, a mirror that reflects back your truth, your readiness, your resonance. You don't need to dress your language up. You just need to be real. This kind of dialogue begins when you stop assuming you're alone, when you stop praying to the sky and start conversing with presence. It lives in the trees, in the wind, in the quiet after your question. You can speak aloud or silently, but speak as if the response is already on its way, not as a test, but as a trust. That's what signals the field to move. That's what keeps the conversation alive. Ask and wait, not with anxiety, but with awareness. The divine doesn't shout, it nudges. It confirms through repetition, through feeling, through symbols that only you will recognize. You'll overhear a sentence that answers your question. A line from a book will strike differently. A song will play with impossible timing. These are replies, not accidents, and the more you acknowledge them, the more frequent they become. Speak when you feel scattered. Speak when you feel grateful. Speak when you're uncertain. Speak not to plead, but to participate. Let the unseen know you are engaged, that you are listening, that you are willing to receive. Then pause. Don't fill the space. Let the silence speak back. Divine dialogue is not about getting what you want. It's about aligning with what's already moving toward you. You're not trying to make life hear you. Life already is. You're trying to hear what it's saying in return. And when you do, everything changes. Not because you forced it, but because you finally joined the conversation. You speak thousands of words a day, most of them without thought. They rise from habit, from memory, from moments you never questioned. And yet, every word carries weight. Every phrase becomes a subtle instruction to the universe, a vote for a version of yourself, a blueprint shaping what comes next. This is why your vocabulary matters, not just the words you say out loud, but the ones you say when no one's listening. When you begin to audit your vocabulary, you begin to reclaim the power of creation, because not every word belongs in your field. Some dilute you, some direct you, and knowing the difference can change everything. There are words that sabotage, words that sound neutral but leave behind static. I'm trying. We'll see. I hope so. These words are wrapped in hesitation. They don't open doors. They leave them half closed. They don't anchor outcomes. They float between timelines. When spoken often, they create loops of almost, not quite, and maybe. Not because you're indecisive, but because your language is. These phrases reflect uncertainty, and the universe doesn't build upon confusion. It mirrors it. Then there are words that soften your power. I think I can. Maybe I should. This might be silly. These phrases don't sound harmful, but they erode clarity. They train your nervous system to expect doubt. They tell the field you're unsure, unsteady, unwilling to own what you know. And so life responds accordingly, not with punishment, but with hesitation, because your voice didn't say yes, it said maybe. An audit is not about shame, it's about alignment. Start by listening. Notice the phrases you repeat without awareness. Notice how you describe yourself, your day, your relationships. Do your words lean toward limitation or liberation? Do they reflect where you've been or where you're going? Are they old echoes or current truths? Once you see the patterns, replace them, gently but firmly. Swap "I'm trying" with "I am doing." Replace "I hope" with "I expect." Let "maybe" become "I choose." These shifts may seem small, but language builds like architecture. One beam at a time, one word at a time. And with every correction, you're building a structure your future can actually live in. Some phrases you'll retire completely. Others you'll refine. And a few, you'll discover, are already powerful. Words like "I am," "I allow," "I know," "I decide." These are foundation words. They carry presence. They declare rather than describe. And when you use them often, they reshape your posture, your presence, your path. Your vocabulary is not just a habit. It's a mirror of your beliefs. And when your beliefs evolve, your language must evolve with them. Otherwise, you'll keep reinforcing a version of you that no longer exists. So speak with intention. Let your words support your expansion. Audit not to judge, but to refine. Because every phrase is a thread in the reality you're weaving. Choose the ones that hold, release the ones that unravel, and watch how quickly your world begins to speak back in the same tone. Some words carry poison, not in their meaning, but in their vibration. You speak them without noticing. They slip into conversations, drift through your thoughts, echo through old habits. And though they seem harmless, they drain your energy, blur your clarity, and sabotage your momentum. This is why a language detox is not optional. It's essential, because the words you speak most often aren't just passing sound. They are chemical. They are alchemical. They change the structure of your state. And if you're not careful, they'll quietly pull you back into versions of yourself you've already outgrown. Toxic language doesn't always sound negative. It often hides in phrases that feel polite, responsible, even kind. "I'm fine. It's whatever. I can't complain." These aren't just neutral comments. They are vibrational shutdowns. They tell the universe and your nervous system not to expect much. They bury desire beneath dismissal, and over time, they train your field to respond with more of the same. Low tone, low return, low aliveness. Then there are the phrases soaked in self-doubt. "I'm not sure. I probably don't deserve this. I could never pull that off." Spoken casually, they seem like honesty, but they are really contracts. Spoken repeatedly, they instruct your field to lower its expectations. They do not reflect humility. They reflect disconnection from your power, from your potential, from the version of you who already knows. The most dangerous phrases are the ones you say to protect others' comfort at the cost of your own truth. "No worries. It's okay. I don't need much. Don't worry about me." Every time you silence your needs with soft phrases, you tell the field you are optional. You tell the energy around you that your desires are negotiable, and life listens. A language detox begins with awareness, not perfection. Just a willingness to hear yourself. Catch the phrase, pause, ask, "Is this mine? Does it reflect who I'm becoming, or is it left over from who I used to be?" Your words don't have to be polished. They have to be real. And often, real means raw. I want more. This isn't working for me. I'm allowed to take up space. These aren't dramatic statements, they are clean ones. They replace polite poison with potent truth. You can begin to replace the toxins. Swap "I can't" with "I'm learning to." Replace "it's nothing" with "it matters to me." Let "I don't know" become "the answer is coming." These are not affirmations in disguise. They are declarations of alignment. They shift your tone from deflection to direction, from fog to focus. Detoxing your language doesn't mean avoiding every slip. It means choosing presence over programming. It means releasing words that carry old contracts and replacing them with clarity. Because every phrase you speak is either weakening your frequency or strengthening it. Purge the ones that dim you. Speak the ones that root you, and watch your field begin to glow again, clean, coherent, and ready to respond. You are living in the structure your words built, not just the dramatic declarations or the emotional outbursts, but the quiet phrases repeated every day. The things you say without noticing, the ways you describe yourself, your time, your relationships. These small, consistent signals shape your field, and over time, they build the reality you move through. If you don't like what you're experiencing, you don't have to start over. You just have to start speaking differently. This is where the 30-day word reset begins, not as a quick fix, but as a daily recalibration, a slow, steady restructuring of how your voice meets the world. The goal is not to be positive all the time. The goal is to become conscious, to notice the default scripts you've inherited, the filler words that sabotage, the casual phrases that bend your frequency downward. I'm exhausted. I'm too busy. I never get a break. These words might seem like harmless expressions, but each time you say them, you reinforce their reality. Your nervous system absorbs the message. Your energy field tightens. The universe takes the cue. The reset begins with attention. Day 1 is about listening. Don't try to change anything yet. Just observe. Notice the way you describe your day. Notice how you talk to yourself when you make a mistake. Notice the tone you use when others ask how you're doing. Most of what drains you is not what's happening. It's how you name what's happening. And once you start noticing, you'll begin to reclaim the ability to choose different language. The next step is interception. When you catch yourself saying something like, "This is so hard," pause. You don't need to pretend everything's easy. Just say, I'm learning to handle this with more ease. Replace "I'm broke" with "I'm shifting how I receive support." Replace "I always mess this up" with "I'm becoming more precise." These aren't affirmations, they're recalibrations. You're not trying to convince yourself of a lie. You're speaking from the version of you that's already evolving. By day 10, you'll start feeling it, not in your thoughts, but in your tone. Your body will soften when you speak truth without self-sabotage. Your environment will start to echo back differently. You'll get new responses from people, unexpected support, more flow. Not because life suddenly changed, but because you started speaking from a different vibration, and the field followed. By the end of 30 days, the change will feel natural. The toxic phrases will feel foreign. The disempowering scripts will no longer taste right in your mouth. You will have retrained your nervous system to expect clarity. You will have taught the universe to respond to a new frequency, one that speaks with intention, alignment, and quiet power. You don't need to overhaul your life. You just need to shift your language. One day at a time, one phrase at a time, and as your words rise, so does everything else. Because reality always follows the tone you set. Make it deliberate. Make it daily. Let the next version of your life begin with the next sentence you choose to speak. The most powerful voice in your life is not the one you use with others. It's the one no one hears, the one that speaks between moments, beneath decisions, behind your eyes as you move through the day. This voice doesn't shout, but it's constant. It narrates your worth, your limits, your possibilities. It's your internal monologue. And whether you realize it or not, it's sculpting your reality, shaping your frequency, and setting the tone for what the universe reflects back. Self-talk is not just a stream of thoughts, it's a rehearsal for reality. Every time you tell yourself, "I'm behind," you instruct the field to delay you. When you think, "I never get it right," you reinforce the version of yourself that struggles. These aren't just mental habits. They are energetic instructions. Spoken or not, your internal dialogue vibrates. It moves through your nervous system, into your posture, into your choices, and those choices become your experience. Most of your self-talk isn't even yours. It's a collection of voices you absorbed. Parents, teachers, critics, culture. You adopted their tone, their worries, their judgments. And now it plays like background music, too familiar to notice but too loud to ignore, until you pause, until you listen, until you realize that you can rewrite the script. Rewriting doesn't mean lying to yourself. It means choosing a new narrator, one that speaks from the future, not from the wound. Instead of "I'm not ready," try "I'm preparing." Instead of "I always mess this up," try "I'm learning how to lead." These aren't empty mantras, they are recalibrations. You're shifting the internal lens from fear to presence, from judgment to direction. And that shift changes how you show up and how the world meets you. It begins with observation. Listen, not to judge, but to understand. When things go wrong, what do you say to yourself? When something goes right, do you minimize it? When you're alone, do you speak with support or with suspicion? These patterns form the energetic blueprint you walk in. The more often they run, the deeper the groove. The rewrite is slow but sacred, one sentence at a time. When you catch the old phrase, "I'm such an idiot," interrupt it. Replace it with something true and kind. "I'm learning. I made a mistake, but I'm still growing." Say it out loud if you need to. The voice in your head responds to tone more than content. So make your tone steady. Make your words gentle but clear. You are not your thoughts, but you are the sculptor of the voice that thinks them. Speak to yourself the way you would to someone you love, not out of pity, but out of deep recognition. Because when your internal monologue changes, your field changes, your timing shifts, your world opens, and suddenly life starts responding, not to the version of you that doubted, but to the version that decided to believe. One sentence at a time, one moment at a time, from the inside out. Hope is gentle. It's soft, comforting, familiar. It gives you something to hold on to when the path is uncertain. But hope, for all its sweetness, often carries the vibration of distance. When you say "I hope," you place your desire out in front of you, somewhere far off, somewhere not yet yours. Hope implies waiting. Hoping still allows room for doubt. It admits possibility, but not certainty. It feels good in the moment, but it does not move energy like a declaration does. "I declare" is a different frequency. It does not lean forward. It stands firm. It does not ask life for permission. It informs life of what is becoming. When you move from "I hope" to "I declare," you shift from wishing to wielding. You stop chasing the timeline and start anchoring it. Hope looks at what might be. Declaration calls forth what must be. This is not semantics. This is sovereignty. You've felt the difference. "I hope this works out" carries a tremble, a hesitation. It's soft around the edges. But "I declare this is working in my favor" lands differently. It cuts through noise. It organizes your energy. It informs the field that a decision has been made. The field responds to decisions. It mirrors the tone of finality. It bends around clarity. Declaration is not louder than hope. It's deeper. It rises from alignment, not desperation. To declare something is not to demand it. It's to become the version of you who already knows it's done. It is a statement of identity, not of effort. "I declare I am worthy. I declare my path is clear. I declare I am supported in every step. These are not requests, they are commands spoken with stillness, not strain. But the transition isn't always easy. We are conditioned to hedge our desires, to soften our speech, to protect ourselves from disappointment by hoping instead of claiming. We don't want to seem arrogant. We don't want to get our hopes too high. And so we keep our frequency low, our words vague, and our manifestations delayed. Not because we lack power, but because we're afraid to use it. Replacing I hope with I declare doesn't mean abandoning faith. It means embodying it. It means trusting that your voice is an extension of the creative force itself. That when you speak with conviction, the field takes shape around your tone, not because you forced it, but because you finally aligned with it. Try it today. Catch yourself in a sentence that begins with I hope. Pause, breathe, change it. Let it become I declare. Feel the difference in your chest, in your posture, in the air around you. Your words do not just reflect your beliefs. They set the boundaries of your becoming. So speak with certainty. Speak as one who has remembered their role as the architect, not the observer. Declare your path. Declare your power. And watch the universe begin to declare with you. Your voice reveals more than you think, not just in what you say, but in how you say it. The rhythm, the tone, the cadence, all of it forms a vibrational fingerprint, but hidden within your speech are echoes that don't always reach the surface. These are the undercurrents of your energy, the beliefs you don't fully hear, the blocks you don't yet see. And sometimes, to find them, you must listen differently, not forward, but backward. This is the essence of speech reversal therapy, not as a gimmick, but as a tool to uncover the energetic signatures embedded in your voice. The spoken word holds memory. Every syllable carries a residue of your inner state. When you reverse recorded speech, you're not looking for demonic codes or mystical secrets. You're listening for resonance, for emotional tones that slip past your conscious awareness. A phrase said with hesitation may, when played in reverse, reveal a theme you've been looping silently. A word spoken with frustration may echo back a wound not yet acknowledged. You are not hearing hidden messages. You are hearing energetic reflection. It begins with curiosity. Record yourself speaking a phrase that matters to you. Something like, I am ready to receive, or everything is working in my favor. Play it back. Now reverse it. Listen not for words, but for feeling. Do you hear resistance in the tone? Do you feel discomfort in your body? Does the sound make you uneasy, or does it feel neutral, even expansive? Your body will respond before your mind interprets, and that response is the clue. What you're looking for isn't logic, it's vibration. Speech reversal therapy helps you uncover where your conscious intention and unconscious frequency are out of sync. You might be saying, I trust, but your tone might carry doubt. You might affirm, I am powerful, but the reversed sound might feel strained or collapsed. This doesn't mean your words are wrong. It means there's a layer beneath them that's asking for attention. Once you notice the dissonance, you can shift it. Speak the phrase again, but slower. Breathe deeper. Find the version of the phrase that feels more true. Instead of I'm ready, maybe it's I'm becoming ready. Instead of everything is perfect, maybe it's I am open to alignment. The goal isn't to force a sentence to sound better in reverse. It's to align your voice with your real energy. When you do, the phrase, forward or backward, feels clean. It hums, it lands. This practice isn't for everyone, it's subtle. But for those who listen with presence, it reveals what's been running quietly under the surface. Your voice is not just a transmitter, it's a diagnostic. It shows you where you're congruent and where you're divided. And once you hear the gap, you can close it. Not with effort, but with awareness. Not by changing your words, but by changing your frequency. Your voice knows the way. Sometimes you just have to listen to it from the other side. And when you do, you'll hear what's been trying to heal all along. You don't rewire your life by shouting. You do it through quiet rituals, soft, steady repetition that bypasses the critical mind and slips into the subconscious. The subconscious doesn't respond to volume, it responds to rhythm. It listens not to what you say once, but to what you say over and over, especially when no one's watching. It's not the dramatic moments that shift your internal coding. It's the whisper spoken into silence, the phrase repeated before sleep, the truth murmured under your breath until it becomes part of your body. This is the power of commanding subconscious rituals. Your subconscious doesn't care what you want. It cares what you practice. And every thought you repeat, every belief you reinforce, every sentence you mutter beneath your breath is a ritual. Whether you know it or not, you are always programming. The question is whether your programming is intentional or inherited, whether your repeated thoughts are creating expansion or keeping you small. To command your subconscious is not to force. It is to instruct with love, to plant seeds of truth so consistently that they take root without resistance. When you say, "I am safe," not once, but 10 times a day, softly, gently, as you walk, as you rest, as you breathe, your system begins to adjust. Your nervous system slows. Your posture changes. Your decisions shift, and the world around you mirrors that shift. The rituals are simple. A single phrase spoken each morning before the world wakes up. A word traced into the skin during your skincare routine. A sentence repeated while staring into your own eyes in the mirror. I belong. I allow. I trust myself. These aren't affirmations said to convince. They're instructions said to calibrate. And with each repetition, the subconscious stops resisting. It starts believing. This is not about performance. It's about presence. When you say something with full attention, even if only for 10 seconds, it has more impact than 100 mindless affirmations. It's not how many times you repeat. It's how deeply you feel the truth you're speaking. Say it slowly. Say it like it already lives in your body. Say it like you're speaking to a younger version of yourself who has been waiting to hear it. Subconscious rituals work best in stillness, in transition points, right before bed, right after waking, during showers, while walking. These are moments when the conscious mind loosens its grip and the subconscious becomes more receptive. Use these windows. Drop the seed. Let the repetition do the work. You don't need to shout to be heard. You need to be consistent. The subconscious doesn't care about how loud your truth is. It cares about how often it's repeated. And when it hears the same signal enough times, it begins to rearrange your inner world. And once your inner world shifts, the outer world always follows. Let your rituals be sacred. Let them be quiet. Let them be yours. You're not just repeating words. You're reprogramming reality, one phrase at a time, one breath at a time, until your truth no longer feels new. It feels natural, because it finally is. Every time you speak about yourself, you hold up a mirror, not just to the world, but to your own subconscious. What you say about who you are becomes the reflection your mind internalizes, and your reality begins to echo. I'm just not good with people. I'm always late. I can't focus. These aren't just passing remarks. They're reflections. Spoken mirrors that show you who you think you are, and when repeated often enough, they harden into identity. Not because they are true, but because they've been reinforced. Your words don't just describe you, they shape you. The subconscious does not distinguish between sarcasm, self-deprecation, or sincerity. It only hears repetition. It takes your statements as instruction. If you say, "I'm anxious," your body prepares for anxiety. If you say, "I always mess this up," your behavior begins to match the expectation. This is not punishment, it's programming. The spoken mirror does not ask for proof, it simply reflects. But mirrors can be redesigned. Identity can be rewritten. You can begin speaking a new reflection, one that doesn't deny your past, but declares your evolution. Instead of I'm so disorganized, you say I'm learning to create structure. Instead of I'm terrible with money, you say I'm getting wiser with every choice. These shifts may seem small, but they carry massive weight, because your subconscious listens more to tone and intention than perfection. And when it hears a new version of you often enough, it begins to adjust. This isn't about pretending, it's about choosing. Every identity you carry was once a decision, spoken, reinforced, believed. You can make a new one the same way, but it won't come from a single affirmation. It will come from consistent reflection, from catching the moment you call yourself lazy or awkward or a mess and replacing it with something more aligned. I'm learning, I'm shifting, I'm becoming. These are bridge phrases, transitional identities that carry you from who you were to who you're becoming. Your voice is a brush, and your words are strokes on the mirror. Each time you speak with awareness, you repaint the image. Speak enough truth, and the old reflection begins to fade. Speak enough possibility, and the new self begins to stabilize, not just in language, but in behavior, in emotion, in outcome. You are not stuck with the identity others gave you. You are not bound by the mirror of your past. But if you keep describing yourself the same way, the reflection won't change. Speak from who you're becoming. Speak as if the new version is already watching, already listening, already ready to take your place, because it is. The mirror will always show you what you say. So say something worth stepping into. Say something that reflects your power, your growth, your truth, and say it until it feels familiar, until the reflection looking back doesn't just look like you, it is you, fully claimed, fully formed, spoken into being. There is a voice inside you that speaks long before your mouth does. It comments on everything, your choices, your timing, your reflection in the mirror. It is constant, subtle, and deeply familiar. Most of the time it sounds like truth, but it is not always truth. It is programming, and that programming becomes the source code of your reality, not because others hear it, but because your body, your energy field, your experience all respond to it. This is the inner voice, and when it's out of alignment, nothing on the outside feels stable. But when it aligns, everything starts to move. You can say all the right affirmations aloud, but if the silent speech underneath them contradicts your words, nothing shifts. You can say, I am enough. But if your inner voice whispers, no, you're not, while you smile, the field listens to the whisper. You can say, I trust the process. But if your inner tone is tight with doubt, the signal is scrambled. The universe does not measure your script. It mirrors your signal. And your signal is shaped most powerfully by the voice you don't say out loud. That voice is not your enemy. It was built to protect you, to repeat the rules you were taught so you wouldn't get hurt. But those rules were designed for a different version of you, for survival, not expansion. They served once. They limit now. And until you speak to that voice with honesty and new instruction, it will continue to run old code in the background. Code that shapes your actions, your timing, your receptivity. Inner voice alignment doesn't begin with shouting over the noise. It begins with listening. Catch the sentence that repeats when you're about to try something new. Hear what you say when you look in the mirror. Notice the tone, not just the words. Is it kind? Is it rushed? Is it still dragging echoes of a childhood critique? Once you notice the pattern, you gain the ability to update it. Not by arguing with it, but by writing a new script. You don't need to be forceful, you just need to be consistent. When the voice says you're not ready, breathe and reply gently, I am learning. When it says they won't like you, say, I like me first. These replies may seem simple, but they recalibrate the foundation. They begin to rewire the source code. When your inner voice becomes supportive, when its language matches your vision, your energy changes, and the field around you shifts in response. People hear your confidence, even if you say nothing. Opportunities arrive without effort, because your energy no longer sends mixed messages. You become congruent, clean, magnetic. This is not about perfection, it's about coherence. Let your silent speech align with the life you're building. Let your inner voice become your first affirmation, not your first resistance. Because when the voice inside supports what you're creating, your world rises to meet it, word by word, thought by thought, line by line, until the code is clear and the life it builds is unmistakably yours. Watch a child speak, and you'll witness a forgotten kind of magic. They don't hedge their words or apologize for their imagination. They don't say, maybe one day, or if I'm lucky. They say, I am a superhero. This is my kingdom. The floor is lava. And suddenly it is. Not in metaphor, but in experience. Their body changes, their behavior adapts, the environment responds. Because children speak not to describe, they speak to create. They haven't yet learned to separate language from reality. And that is their genius. Before conditioning takes hold, a child's language is pure command. Not through authority, but through embodiment. They say, I'm invisible, and their posture follows. They say, you're the monster, and the energy in the room shifts. This is not pretending, it's activating. They speak their role into being, and the world rearranges accordingly. No hesitation, no waiting for proof. Just full immersion in the frequency of the words. This is the blueprint we forget. As adults, we are taught to speak only what can be verified, to doubt what isn't visible, to wrap every desire in disclaimers. I hope I can. Maybe it'll happen. I'm working on it. These are the phrases of the conditioned. They keep us small, polite, digestible, and they delay creation, not because life isn't listening, but because we're whispering our truth through layers of caution. Children teach us something essential, the power of unfiltered language, not careless, but clear. When they speak, there is no separation between intention and expression. They don't ask the world for permission. They inform it of what's true. And the world, sensing that certainty, plays along. This isn't fantasy, it's frequency. And that frequency is what we lose when we begin to doubt our voice. But the blueprint is still there, buried beneath conditioning, beneath experience, beneath logic. You can reclaim it by watching how you speak when no one is judging, when you're in the flow, when you're playing, imagining, dreaming. Those are the moments your inner child still slips through. That's where your purest voice still lives. And that voice doesn't hope, it declares. It doesn't wish, it knows. You don't need to return to immaturity. You need to return to embodiment, to say, I am already it, before the world reflects it, to say, this is mine, before you hold it. Children don't wait for evidence to believe. They create belief through speech. And that is the forgotten language of power. So the next time you feel doubt rise, ask what a child would say. Not out of naivety, but out of alignment. Strip away the disclaimers. Speak your vision with the kind of clarity that doesn't ask to be validated, because the world doesn't respond to careful hope. It responds to bold truth. And sometimes the boldest truth is the simplest. Spoken with joy, spoken with play, spoken with the fearless frequency of a child who knows their voice builds worlds, because it always did, and it still can. Everything you say leaves your mouth, but it doesn't leave your life. Words don't vanish into thin air. They echo. They move out into the field, into your own body, into the tone of your day. And then they come back. But they don't return as they were spoken. They return amplified, magnified, reflected through people, through timing, through emotion, through events. This is the law of echo. Every spoken word returns to you in a larger form. And whether that form supports or sabotages you depends entirely on the tone you chose when you spoke. When you say, I can't do this, the echo doesn't just confirm your struggle. It brings more struggle, more blocks, more reasons to retreat. When you say, everything is working for me, even if nothing visible has changed, the field begins to shift. Resources show up. The right words find you. The mood lifts. Because the field doesn't differentiate between fantasy and fact. It responds to the vibration you send out. It echoes that vibration back, louder. You don't need to believe in magic to see it happen. Think of the times you've spoken defeat before even trying. This probably won't work. And it didn't. Or when you said, this is going to be amazing, and somehow it was. Even if things didn't go perfectly, the energy stayed buoyant. You were already tuned to the outcome. The words you spoke became the lens, and life echoed the tone of that lens back to you. The universe is not judging your words. It's repeating them. It doesn't ask if you're joking or serious, sarcastic or sincere. It hears the emotion. It registers the frequency, and then it magnifies that frequency. This is why casual complaints turn into chronic experiences, why careless self-talk grows into hardened belief, why one moment of doubt repeated out loud becomes a string of missed chances, not because you're cursed, but because the echo has been consistent. But the same law that amplifies struggle also amplifies clarity. One small phrase, I choose peace, spoken often with feeling, can shift your nervous system. It starts as a whisper, then it becomes a rhythm, then it becomes your baseline, and life begins to echo that rhythm back to you, the people you meet, the choices you make, the ease that returns, not because you forced it, but because you spoke the seed and the seed grew. You don't need to control everything you say. You only need to become aware of the patterns you repeat. Notice the words that feel heavy, the ones that return like boomerangs carrying weight you never meant to carry. Then shift them. Redirect the echo. Replace the always and never with truth that expands, not confines. Your words are ripples. They travel far beyond the moment, and they always return, louder, clearer, deeper. So speak as if your voice is shaping the future, because it is. And speak what you want to hear coming back, because it will. It always does. That's the law, that's the echo. Words matter, but tone matters more. You can say the most beautiful sentence, perfectly structured, eloquent, and clear. But if the tone behind it is anxious, sharp, or hollow, it will not land. It won't move energy. It won't shift a room. Because people, environments, and even the quantum field do not respond to language. They respond to vibration. This is the law of tone matching. The tone you speak with becomes the tone that returns to you. The emotion behind your words shapes the response you receive, not the grammar on the surface. You've experienced this already. Someone says, I'm fine, but their tone is brittle. You don't believe them. The words say one thing, the energy says another, or someone says, I love you, and their voice is heavy with resentment. The message doesn't land in your heart. It bounces off. Now flip it. Think of someone who says thank you with genuine warmth. It doesn't matter if their words are simple. You feel it. You soften. You mirror it back. This is how the world works. It listens to tone more than text. Your voice carries your state. You can't fake alignment with fancy phrasing. The field around you responds to coherence. If you say, I trust the process, but your tone is shaky and full of tension, what you're actually sending is doubt. The words are overwritten by the emotional charge underneath. The syntax doesn't matter if the frequency is off. But if you say something simple like, this is working, and it comes from a deep calm, a rooted confidence, the field hears that clearly, and it responds. This law applies to everything: prayers, intentions, conversations, commands. The emotion you carry into your words determines the outcome. You could repeat a powerful affirmation 100 times, but if the tone is full of strain, the signal is unclear. One sentence spoken once with alignment is more powerful than 100 forced repetitions. This is not about performing happiness. It's about integrity, about being present enough to notice when your tone is misaligned with your truth. It's not about pretending everything's fine. It's about shifting into a tone that reflects the version of you who trusts, who allows, who creates from stillness. That version doesn't speak louder, they speak clearer, and the tone they carry commands movement. Begin to notice your own tone. Don't obsess over words. Feel how they sound. Say your intentions out loud. Listen for tightness, for shakiness, for hesitations hidden in politeness. When you find them, don't judge. Just breathe. Speak again, this time slower, softer, from your center, not your surface. When your tone matches your intention, energy flows. Resistance dissolves. People respond differently. Life mirrors back warmth, certainty, ease, not because of what you said, but because of how you said it. Speak from the place within you that already trusts, that already knows, that already is. Because when tone and truth become one, your voice doesn't just communicate, it creates. And what it creates is always returned. In tone, in form, in kind. There is a moment when the unseen begins to move, when the formless starts to take shape, when energy shifts direction and begins to take on the structure of your desire. That moment is not random, it is not passive, it is activated through language. This is the law of invocation. When you speak something with presence and clarity, it must begin to move toward you. Not because the words are magical, but because they act as a signal, a frequency-specific command that tells the field, I'm ready. To invoke is not to beg. It is not to hope. It is to call something in as if it already belongs to you. When you invoke, you're not just saying what you want. You're stepping into the energy of already receiving. You say, I call in love, and love begins to rearrange its path to reach you. You say, I welcome clarity, and the fog starts to thin. You may not see the evidence instantly, but the vibration has already left your body, already begun its return. Every tradition has its own form of invocation. Prayer, chant, mantra, declaration. The outer forms differ, but the inner mechanics are the same. Something is spoken with intention, and reality responds. Not to the volume, not to the complexity, but to the sincerity, to the frequency of alignment. The field does not ask if you're worthy. It asks if your signal is consistent, if what you speak is what you feel, if what you ask for is what you've made space to receive. You've invoked things before without knowing it. Think of the times you said, I need a change, and something fell apart to make room, or the moments you muttered, I'm done, and then doors started closing faster than you expected. The invocation doesn't wait for you to be ready. It begins unfolding the moment your words declare readiness. And that's why it matters how you speak, not just casually, but ritually. Invocation can be quiet. You don't need candles or rituals to make it sacred. All you need is presence. All you need is to mean it. Stand still, breathe. Feel the desire not from lack, but from alignment. Then speak. One sentence, one line. I call in the strength to hold more. I invite expansion into this chapter. I invoke the version of me who already knows how to lead. These are not wishes, they are instructions. The law is simple. Speak it, and it must start its journey toward you. Not because you forced it, but because you named it. And what is named in alignment cannot stay distant for long. It recognizes your frequency. It hears the call, and it begins to move. So speak not with desperation, but with clarity, not with strain, but with certainty. Speak to the field like it's already listening, because it is. Speak as one who knows the moment the invocation is real, the path begins to form. Always, without exception. Because that is the law, and the law never forgets a voice that speaks in truth. The universe does not respond to confusion. It responds to clarity. Your words act as blueprints, not just for communication, but for creation. Every phrase you speak is a set of instructions, and the clearer the instruction, the more precise the outcome. This is the law of clarity. What you manifest is directly shaped by how clearly you speak it. Vague words create vague results. Uncertain language leads to uncertain timelines. But when you speak with precision, life organizes itself to match. Most people think they're being clear when they speak their desires, but what they're actually doing is describing feelings, not outcomes. I just want to be happy. I want to feel free. I need something to change. These are emotional states, not clear instructions. The universe doesn't know which path to take when the destination is undefined, so it gives you glimpses, fragments, almosts, not because you're being ignored, but because you haven't yet specified the shape of what you're asking for. Clarity does not mean control. It means coherence. It means defining your desires in a way that resonates fully with your system, not just what you think you want, but what you're actually ready to receive. I want love becomes I am calling in a relationship where mutual support, passion, and purpose coexist. I need money becomes I am now aligned with steady, scalable income, doing what lights me up. These aren't just wishes, they are schematics. And the clearer your schematic, the easier it is for reality to build it. Your subconscious mind also listens for clarity. When your language is scattered, your nervous system doesn't know where to stabilize. You say one thing, feel another, and wonder why nothing moves. But when you get specific, when your voice, body, and energy speak the same language, the field has no choice but to respond in kind. Manifestation is not a mystery, it is a mirror, and clarity sharpens the reflection. Clarity is not just about what you say to others, it's about what you say to yourself. Notice the way you describe your goals internally. Are you vague, hesitant, non-committal, or are you specific, intentional, and exact? Maybe I'll try that someday, keeps the path blurry. I begin this now, and this is what it looks like, brings it into focus. Every clear sentence spoken from alignment is a step onto the timeline where that version of you already exists. You don't need to micromanage the how, but you do need to define the what. The field will handle the choreography, but it needs a destination to work with. Speak as if your words are coordinates, because they are. Each one sends a signal. Each one builds structure. Each one either brings your future closer or keeps it undefined. So choose clarity. Speak with precision, not to control, but to co-create. Because when your words are clear, your life begins to be. And when your language sharpens, manifestation does too. That is the law, and it always responds to the voice that knows exactly what it's calling in. Silence speaks, often more loudly than any sentence ever could. You may think power lies in the words you choose, but it also lives in the words you avoid. The ones you swallow, the truths you tiptoe around, the requests you hold back, the fears you never name. This is the law of absence. What you don't say becomes the most powerful part of your signal, not because it's missing, but because it lingers beneath the surface, shaping everything you do. Energy is not fooled by silence. The words you withhold carry a frequency just as strong as those you speak. When you avoid saying, "I need help," the field doesn't hear confidence. It hears dissonance. When you don't say, "I love you," the space between you fills with assumptions. When you stay quiet about your boundaries, your body begins to express what your voice would not. Life listens not only to your declarations, but to your omissions. It listens to the edges of your truth, the things you almost say, and the feelings you never give language to. Absence creates distortion. You can speak positively all day, but if underneath your words there is a chorus of unspoken fear, the field responds to the fear. Not because you're being punished, but because coherence is missing. Your mouth says yes, but your silence says no. Your lips speak gratitude, but your chest holds resentment. The gap between what you say and what you mean becomes the filter through which all manifestation passes. You don't need to speak everything to everyone, but you do need to be honest with yourself. What are you not saying to your partner, to your own heart, to the version of you that's waiting to rise? What truth sits like a lump in your throat while your voice finds safer scripts? The longer you avoid it, the louder it becomes. not in decibels, but in outcomes. Misalignment shows up as fatigue. Suppressed expression becomes confusion. Unnamed desire manifests as lack. The law of absence is not about exposing every thought. It's about aligning your voice with your energy. When something needs to be said and you consistently avoid it, your energy begins to fracture. The field mirrors that fracture. Opportunities stall. Relationships feel uncertain. Progress becomes slow, not because you're blocked, but because the signal you're sending is incomplete. But the moment you speak what you've been holding in, something shifts. Not just emotionally, but energetically. Life starts to move again. You breathe differently. Clarity returns. You don't need to say everything perfectly. You just need to say what's real, even if it's uncomfortable, even if your voice shakes. Especially then, because truth spoken from presence is always clearer than silence held in fear. So ask yourself, what's missing from your voice? What haven't you said that needs to be heard? Not just by others, but by you. Say it, gently, clearly, and watch how the space around you softens, because when the absence ends, alignment begins, and the universe can finally respond to your whole voice, not just the parts you've made public. There is a difference between saying something and feeling it as you say it, between words that move air and words that move energy, between a sentence that sounds good and a sentence that sends waves into the field. That difference is passion, not performative, not dramatic, but felt, alive, embodied emotion behind the words. This is the law of amplification. When passion fuels speech, the power of those words multiplies. The field doesn't just hear the sound, it absorbs the fire. You can say, "I believe in myself," with a flat tone, and nothing shifts. Or you can say it with presence, your chest lifted, your voice resonant, your breath behind it, and the entire atmosphere changes, not because you said the right thing, but because you amplified the signal. You infused the sentence with charge. And that charge is what the universe responds to. It doesn't magnify empty words. It magnifies the emotion inside them. Passion is the multiplier. It doesn't need to be loud. It needs to be real. You felt it in others. A teacher who spoke with conviction made the words unforgettable. A friend who said, "You've got this," and meant it, pulled you out of a storm. It wasn't their phrasing. It was their fire. Their presence turned simple words into anchors, into catalysts. That's what your voice can do when it stops reaching and starts radiating. The field is sensitive to frequency. Words spoken with passion become commands. They become anchors for timelines that were waiting for instruction. When you declare, "I choose this life," and you say it like your entire body agrees, doors open, people notice, coincidences align, because passion carries momentum. It turns a phrase into a frequency and sends it rippling outward. But most people speak from habit, from politeness, from caution. They say what they think they should say, in the tone they've always used, and then they wonder why nothing changes. They wonder why their affirmations feel hollow. It's not the words, it's the absence of energy, the absence of life inside them. Speech without passion is like light without heat, visible but not warming, clear but not transformative. This isn't about shouting or becoming someone you're not. It's about allowing your feeling to fuel your expression. When you speak, ask, "Do I believe this? Do I feel this? Can I say it from the version of me who's already living it?" Even one phrase a day, spoken with full emotion, has more power than 100 robotic repetitions. One sentence charged with truth can rewire your field. So speak from your fire, from your heart, from the place inside you that already knows. Let your passion turn your language into light, not because it sounds good, but because it carries voltage, because it means something, because it moves you first and the world second. Speak less often, but more deeply. Speak as if your words are spells. Because with passion they are, and the universe amplifies what burns. Every time, reality follows your lead, not the lead of your desires, but the lead of your language. What you say becomes a map for the energy around you. But when your words contradict themselves, when you speak in two directions at once, you split the path ahead. This is the law of collapse. Contradictory language creates energetic division, and divided energy cannot build. It disperses. It delays. It cancels itself out. And when that happens, the reality you're trying to manifest collapses before it can take form. You've seen it in your own speech. You say, "I want to be free," and in the same breath, "But I can't afford to take risks." You say, "I believe in abundance," but follow it with, "Nothing ever works out for me." These aren't just mixed messages to yourself, they're mixed signals to the field. The universe doesn't pick the louder phrase, it picks the dominant vibration, and when both are present, neither can fully land. So the field waits, stuck in ambiguity, and life begins to mirror that state back to you. Half-open doors, unclear responses, fragmented progress. Contradictory language doesn't always sound like conflict. It can hide in politeness, in self-protection, in over-explaining. I know I'm powerful, but I still mess everything up. That one "but" cancels the whole sentence before it. I'm worthy of love, though I understand if no one sees it. These words split your signal. They plant opposing seeds, and the field does not know which one to water. This is not about perfection. You are allowed to be honest about your fear, your doubt, your in-betweens. But there is a difference between expressing emotion and embedding contradiction. When your voice tries to hold two timelines, one of expansion, one of collapse, at the same time, neither can stabilize, and your momentum begins to fracture. The solution is clarity, not louder language, but cleaner language. Speak what you mean without diluting it. Instead of "I want this," but say, "I want this, and I'm learning how to hold it." Replace "I believe," even though I probably shouldn't, with "I believe, and I'm releasing what tells me I can't." You're not erasing complexity, you're aligning it. You're speaking in one direction, even while acknowledging the challenges. You can feel the difference when you do. Your chest expands, your words land, the energy around you softens, doors begin to open, not because your words were dramatic, but because they were unified. One direction, one tone, one timeline. So notice your speech. Catch the contradictions. Don't shame them, just refine them, because every sentence either collapses your creation or supports it. Every "but" is a fork in the road, and every clear phrase becomes a path. Speak as if your language is the architecture of your life, because it is. Speak in alignment, speak in coherence, and the reality you build will stop hesitating. It will begin to form fast and whole, because your voice finally stops splitting it in half. You will never speak beyond who you believe you are, not consistently, not convincingly. Your words may try to stretch past your self-image, but they will always snap back to the level of identity that lives beneath them. This is the law of identity lock. Your language is bound to your self-concept. You cannot speak powerfully if you see yourself as powerless. You cannot declare abundance if you still wear the identity of lack. The field doesn't listen to isolated affirmations. It listens to the self that's speaking them. You might say, "I am worthy," but if your identity is built around unworthiness, those words will feel foreign in your mouth. They won't land. They won't activate. Not because they're wrong, but because they don't match the speaker. Your energy, your body, your frequency will still communicate the deeper truth. "I don't believe this yet." And the universe will mirror that truth, not the phrase. Your self-concept is the baseline. It's the tone beneath your tone. It's the silent script that determines how much power your words carry. And unless that script evolves, your language will keep orbiting the same loops. You can tell yourself, "I'm a leader," but if your identity is "I'm overlooked," your voice will hesitate. Your choices will shrink. Your results will reflect the echo of that older truth. This isn't a punishment, it's a mirror. The field is loyal to coherence. When your words match your identity, reality moves fast. When they don't, you get static. You get misfires. You get results that almost land but then slip through your fingers. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because your self-image is overriding your statement. But here's the key. Identity can be rewritten slowly, intentionally, one phrase at a time. The shift doesn't start with shouting, "I'm amazing." It starts with telling the truth of who you're becoming. I'm learning to own my power. I'm starting to see myself differently. These aren't fake. They're aligned. They open the door without pretending the room is already furnished. And as you speak from that space, your self-concept begins to rise, your identity updates, and your words begin to hold more voltage. The law is simple. Your language reflects your self-image, and your reality reflects your language. If you want a different life, speak from a different identity, not the one that's pretending, but the one that's evolving. Feel the version of you who already knows, the one who doesn't need to convince or compare, the one who just is. Let that version speak. And if the words feel shaky at first, that's okay. Speak them anyway, not to impress, but to integrate, not to force, but to familiarize. Over time, the repetition locks in. The new voice becomes the only voice. The new identity becomes the only home. And once the identity shifts, the field has no choice. It locks in too, matching your voice, matching your tone, matching your truth. Because it always does. It always has. Words don't disappear after they're spoken. They don't evaporate into nothingness. They travel, they echo, they reverberate. Every time you speak a truth, it doesn't just hit the air. It enters the field. It begins to move. It ripples through your body, your energy, your environment. This is the law of reverberation. Spoken truth continues to vibrate until it is either fulfilled or canceled. And the more truth a phrase holds, the longer it echoes. When you speak something from full alignment, no hesitation, no contradiction, it creates a resonance that doesn't fade. I am ready. This ends now. I will not go back. These statements carry weight because they come from knowing, and that knowing acts like a frequency stamp. It sends your voice deeper into the timeline. It plants the seed in more than one moment. It imprints. That's why some sentences change you instantly. You say them once and they ring through your system like a bell. You feel the aftershock. You walk differently. People respond differently. It's not just the words, it's the reverberation. The field heard you, and it's still vibrating with what you said until something contradicts it, until you cancel it, consciously or unconsciously, with a new frequency. The danger is when we forget what we've spoken. We declare something true, then days later, out of fear or habit, we speak its opposite. I am confident becomes I always screw things up. I trust the process becomes I don't know what I'm doing. And in that moment, the vibration shifts. The original truth stops moving forward. The new signal takes over. The reverberation of power gets smothered by the echo of doubt. The field is not judging. It is responding. It holds on to the strongest signal, the clearest tone. And the tone that repeats the most wins. So if you speak a powerful truth once, but spend the rest of the week contradicting it in subtle ways, the contradiction overtakes the command, not because the truth wasn't real, but because it wasn't sustained. But here's the beauty: when you speak a truth and keep reinforcing it, even quietly, even gently, its vibration compounds. You don't have to shout it, you just have to mean it. Speak it again when you wake up. Whisper it before bed. Let it live in your breath, in your walk, in your gaze. I am safe now. I am becoming her. This is who I am. These aren't affirmations. They are vibration carriers, and their echo strengthens with every repetition. Let your words build. Let your truth accumulate force. Don't cancel it out with commentary. Don't smother it with doubt. Let the reverberation run its course. Let it ripple until your reality bends to meet it. Because once a truth is spoken from alignment, it never really leaves. It vibrates through the air, through the body, through the timeline until it becomes, or until you decide to replace it. Choose wisely, speak carefully, and once you declare it, let it ring, let it rise, let it reverberate. There is a moment after you speak when the most important work begins, not in repeating, not in pushing, not in over-explaining, but in releasing, in stepping back, in letting go. This is the law of silence after the spell. Once you've spoken your truth, clearly, fully, from alignment, your next move is not to keep speaking. It's to let the field receive it. It's to trust that your words have already begun to move in ways you can't see yet. Most people sabotage their own power because they don't honor this silence. They speak a powerful sentence, a clear intention, a deep desire, and then, out of fear, they try to manage it. They repeat it endlessly, hoping to make it stick. They explain it to others who aren't meant to understand. They dilute it with follow-ups, doubts, or nervous laughter, not because they don't believe in their intention, but because they haven't yet learned to trust the field. They haven't learned to let their voice travel without chasing it. But the most potent spells are always followed by stillness. You speak once and you step back. You declare and then you become the version of yourself who knows it's already in motion. That silence after the sentence isn't empty, it's active. It's a space where the vibration settles into the field. It's the pause that lets the universe respond without interference. And when you honor that pause, you allow manifestation to arrive in its cleanest form, uninterrupted by doubt, unfiltered by noise. Think of how nature works. You plant a seed, and you don't keep digging it up to make sure it's growing. You water it, then you wait. You trust the soil, the sun, the unseen. Your words are the same. Once spoken from clarity, they become instructions to the quantum field. The only question is, will you trust them enough to step back? Will you let your declaration settle, or will you drown it out with anxious commentary? Silence isn't inaction, it's the echo of confidence. It says, I've spoken, I don't need to repeat. It tells the field, I believe in what I've built. And in that confidence, the energy sharpens. It finds its path. It arrives faster, because the clearest signals are the ones left undisturbed. This is not about never speaking again. It's about speaking once, then aligning your actions and presence to that vibration. It's about choosing presence over panic. It's about becoming so congruent with your desire that you no longer need to explain it. You become the proof of it. You live in the tone of what you've declared. So speak with clarity. Declare what you choose. Let the words rise from your core, and then stop, breathe, step into the silence, not as a void, but as a sacred space of delivery. Let the field do what it does best. Rearrange reality to match the resonance you've released. Don't rush to fill the space. Trust it. Because the moment you stop managing the spell, it begins to work. In stillness, in trust, in silence. The world is listening in ways you've forgotten how to hear. Not just people, not just circumstances, but the elements themselves. Water, wind, and fire are not passive forces. They are living frequencies, ancient intelligences that move, shape, and transform. They do not respond to commands the way humans do. They respond to coherence, to tone, to intention encoded in sound. When you speak to the elements, you're not using words to control. You're using them to connect, to activate, to remind the element of its relationship with you and yours with it. Water remembers everything. It stores vibration. It mirrors emotion. Speak to it softly, and it calms. Speak to it with clarity, and it sharpens. When you say cleanse, restore, or release to water, especially as you touch it, you are not just describing its effect. You are embedding an instruction. Drink with gratitude, and the molecules shift. Bathe with forgiveness in your voice, and it carries that message into your body. Water hears not just your words, but the feeling behind them. That's the code. And when spoken from alignment, it flows exactly where it is meant to go. Wind moves information. It is the element of thought, of change, of breath. When you whisper your desires into the wind, you are not being poetic. You are sending your signal into movement. You are asking the current of life to carry your frequency outward. Stand outside and speak not to the sky, but through it. Say what you're ready to let go of. Say what you're ready to call in. The wind does not need rituals. It needs resonance. It responds to truth. And when your truth rides your breath into the open air, it begins to circulate. It begins to summon. Fire transforms. It devours, dissolves, and rebirths. To speak to fire is to speak to your own power, not to tame it, but to channel it. When you light a candle and say, illuminate, burn away, or fuel my voice, you are engaging fire's deepest function, to take what was hidden and turn it into light. Fire listens for certainty. It matches your intensity. So don't speak to it timidly. Declare, let your words rise with the heat. Let your command be clean, not frantic. Fire doesn't need your fear. It needs your clarity. These elements are not metaphors. They are collaborators. They are pieces of you. Speaking to them is not superstition. It is remembrance. Remembrance that you once knew how to live in dialogue with all things, that your voice was not separate from nature but woven into it, that language was not invented. It was inherited from earth, from air, from flame, from water. You do not need to be a shaman to speak this way. You only need to remember how to feel your words as you say them, how to let the element inside you speak to the one outside, how to activate with tone, with presence, with quiet reverence. Say it and they will answer, because they always have. Everything around you holds memory, not just emotionally but vibrationally. Objects absorb frequency. They respond to attention. They carry the imprint of what's said around them, to them, through them. Your voice doesn't just shape the air, it embeds energy into matter. This is not metaphor. This is energetic architecture. And the more aware you become of this relationship, the more intentionally you can infuse your space with power. This is voice activation, not as ritual, but as recognition that everything is listening, including the things you touch every day. You've already felt it. A handwritten letter feels different than a printed one. A gift carries more than its function. It holds the vibration of the words spoken when it was given. Even your favorite shirt seems to feel lucky because you wore it during moments when you were alive, affirmed, strong. These aren't superstitions. They're reverberations, residual echoes of language that shape the object's field. Because every time you speak to or around something, you are storing information inside it. Spoken frequency becomes embedded data. Your home, your phone, your wallet, your tools, your clothes, they all carry tone. If you speak over them with stress, doubt, or resentment, they begin to vibrate with that story. If you speak with intention, gratitude, or clarity, they hold a different energy. And over time, that energy begins to shape how you feel in their presence, how they perform, what they seem to attract. You can shift this with one phrase. Place your hands on an object and speak into it, not for show, for connection. Hold your journal and say, "You hold my clearest thoughts." Touch your phone and speak, "You bring me truth and alignment." Put your hands on your shoes and say, "You walk me into new opportunities." These aren't wishes, they're codes. You are calibrating the object to carry a vibration that supports you. The subconscious hears everything, so when you speak to your environment with care, the atmosphere changes. Your body relaxes, your focus sharpens. The field around you becomes cleaner. You stop moving through a world of noise and begin moving through a world of reinforcement, A world where even your coffee mug knows who you are, where your pen writes with your purpose inside it, where the objects around you aren't passive, they're activated. This isn't about worshiping things. It's about remembering that the physical is never just physical. Your voice is a tuning fork. Every sentence carries a tone that either harmonizes or disrupts. When you speak with awareness, you begin to shape not just outcomes, but surroundings. You turn tools into extensions of your frequency, and everything you touch begins to respond. So speak with intention, even to the inanimate. Speak as if your energy lives in what you hold, because it does. Let your words land, imprint, vibrate. Activate your world with your voice, and watch how the mundane becomes meaningful. Watch how the field around you begins to carry your signature silently everywhere you go. There are ways of speaking that don't sound like commands, but they are. Ways of encoding instruction into language so subtly that the conscious mind can't resist, and the subconscious mind immediately opens. This is the portal of story. When you speak in metaphor, you bypass resistance. You slip past logic. You deliver truth through image, rhythm, and meaning that speaks not to intellect, but to memory, to energy, to soul. Story is not just entertainment, it is activation. And when used with intention, it becomes one of the most powerful forms of spoken magic. The subconscious does not argue with stories. It listens. It engages. It allows. You can tell someone you're safe, and they may not believe you. But if you say, imagine being a lighthouse in the middle of the storm, unshaken, while the waves rage, their body softens. The message still arrives, but it's embedded, wrapped in metaphor, protected by imagination, and in that safety the command lands. The nervous system accepts it. The field begins to echo it back. You've felt this before. A single story changed how you saw yourself. A metaphor helped you survive something you couldn't articulate. A phrase like rising from ashes or walking through fire made your struggle feel less chaotic, more sacred. These weren't cliches. They were codes. They were verbal maps handed down through time, each one offering a way to name what can't be spoken directly. Story creates safety. It lowers the defenses of the conscious mind, which is trained to doubt, to evaluate, to protect. But the subconscious doesn't need proof. It needs resonance. When you tell a story that carries an embedded truth, the subconscious says yes. It says, I recognize this. And once it recognizes it, it begins to live it. It begins to reshape reality to match the rhythm of that tale. You can speak to yourself this way. When fear rises, don't fight it. Tell a story. There's a part of me that's just a little boy in a forest, holding a torch, learning to trust his steps. Let the metaphor carry the healing. Let the image become the lesson. Instead of saying, I need to be stronger, say, I am the mountain that doesn't move, even when the sky changes. Feel the difference. Feel the way your body listens more willingly to metaphor than to correction. You can use stories to command timelines. Speak in a way that frames your transition as a myth. I'm in the part of the story where the hero is preparing, where the magic hasn't fully revealed itself yet, but it's close. This isn't fantasy. This is vibration. The story holds space for the becoming. It gives your voice a shape to pour your power into. So speak through the portal. Embed your commands in imagery. Don't fight the mind. Bypass it. Wrap your truth in a story and let it travel deep. Because what the mind resists, the soul will remember. And what the soul remembers, the body begins to build. Every time, every word, every story. Some truths are too vast for ordinary language, some frequencies too delicate for straightforward speech. When you need to speak directly to the unseen, when you need your voice to carry beyond logic, beyond resistance, beyond time itself, you use poetry, not as art, but as technology. Poetry is encoded language. Rhythm and rhyme are not decoration, they are doorways. They are frequency stabilizers. When you speak in rhythm, you are no longer just expressing, you are casting. When you rhyme, you are no longer just narrating, you are coding a loop that loops through the field until it lands. This is the power of encoded poetry. It bends time by bypassing the mind. The subconscious doesn't argue with rhythm. It receives it like breath, like heartbeat. Poetry mimics the oldest rhythms of the body, the pulse, the inhale, the tides. This is why poetry feels like it sinks in deeper, why it lingers longer, because rhythm embeds information in a way the conscious mind cannot filter. It doesn't analyze a poem line by line, it absorbs it whole, and once absorbed, it begins to shape the field. You've said poems before without realizing. This too shall pass. What's meant for me will never miss me. I am the storm. These are phrases with meter, with flow, with weight. That's why they stick. That's why they move people. That's why they ripple. The more the rhythm lands, the more the energy spreads. Repetition becomes momentum. Cadence becomes command. Encoded poetry creates time loops. You repeat a phrase enough times in the right rhythm, and it creates a thread, a circuit. It doesn't just express your desire, it magnetizes it. You're no longer saying, I am powerful, because it sounds nice. You're saying it like a drumbeat, like a march, like a spell, and with each round, your body begins to believe it. Your field begins to hold it. Your future begins to shift. But not all rhythm is equal. The words have to match the tone. The rhyme has to feel real. If it's hollow, it won't hold. If it's forced, it won't fly. You're not trying to be clever. You're trying to be clear. You're not writing for applause. You're speaking for alignment. When you hit the right combination of sound and soul, the vibration begins to move instantly. You can create your own, 1 line, 2 lines, 4, repeat it until it hums through your system, until it lives in your breath. Every step I take is true, and everything I seek seeks me too. Or, I speak from light, I walk with flame, I know my power, I call my name. Simple, rhythmic, alive, spoken daily, it becomes a structure time bends around. You're not just rhyming, you're remembering. You're not just reciting, you're rewiring. Rhythm is ancient. Rhyme is a lock. Your voice is the key. Speak your poem. Let it loop. Let it land. And watch how time bends, not for your words, but for the frequency hidden inside them. It's not just what you say, it's how you say it. Words carry meaning, but tone carries power. And more often than not, the tone overrides the message. You can speak the most empowering sentence in the world, but if your delivery is unsure, the energy behind it collapses. On the other hand, you can say something simple, almost ordinary, and if your tone is steady, clear, and embodied, it lands with force. This is the authority of tone. The vibration behind your voice always reaches the field before the definition does. Tone is the frequency signature of your belief. It tells the room whether you mean what you say. It tells your body whether to relax or brace. It tells the universe whether to move or wait. Most people focus on language, tweaking every word, hoping to get the phrasing right. But the field doesn't respond to polish. It responds to presence, and presence is carried through tone. You've heard it in others. Someone says it's going to be fine, but their tone trembles, and you don't believe them. Someone else says this is mine without raising their voice, without explaining, and you feel the truth in your chest. That's not charisma. That's coherence. Their tone matches their energy. Their vibration is aligned with their statement. And alignment always commands attention. Tone is what cuts through noise. It's what makes someone stop and listen. It's what allows a single sentence to carry more weight than 1,000 arguments. The universe doesn't need convincing. It needs clarity. And clarity is most clearly heard in tone. A voice that carries certainty rearranges reality faster than a voice that merely repeats the right script. You can't fake tone. You can mimic words, but your vibration will always betray your truth. If your tone carries fear, even subtly, the field will reflect that distortion. If your tone carries trust, it becomes magnetic. You can feel the difference when you speak from knowing. Your breath deepens, your words slow down, your energy anchors. You're no longer trying to be heard, you are heard before you finish the sentence. This is why some affirmations don't work. Not because they're poorly written, but because they're spoken with shaky tone. You're trying to believe something you don't yet feel, and the mismatch makes the field pause. But when you adjust the delivery, when you speak slower with intention from the body instead of the mind, something changes. The words stop being borrowed. They become yours. Practice saying less, but say it with more weight. When you speak, let your tone lead. Let it be firm without forcing, calm without collapsing, certain without shouting. The authority in your tone doesn't come from dominance. It comes from truth, from the part of you that doesn't have to prove, because it already knows. And when you speak from that place, the field listens every time, not to what you said, but to how you said it, and it moves accordingly. There is a moment when voices gather and something shifts, not because of volume, but because of unity. Words spoken alone carry power, but words spoken together create resonance, a shared tone, a rhythm, a unified vibration. It builds something larger than any individual intent. This is the ritual of the spoken circle. When a group speaks with one voice, reality doesn't just hear them, it bends to match the field they've created. This is not symbolic, it is structural. Resonance multiplies in groups, and the more aligned the intention, the faster the shift. You've felt this before, a group chanting in rhythm, a room repeating a phrase, a circle of people breathing the same word into the air. The effect is not mental, it's visceral. Your chest tightens or expands. Your skin tingles. Something moves that isn't visible. Because when people speak in unison, their frequencies begin to sync. And when frequencies sync, the signal gets louder. The instruction to the field becomes undeniable. In individual practice, your voice calibrates your life. But in a group, that voice becomes a wave, a current, a signal that doesn't just shift your own timeline, it shifts the collective. And that's why spoken circles have existed across every tradition, every culture, every era. Whether in chants, songs, prayers, or affirmations, people have always known that when words are shared, their power multiplies, not by volume, but by coherence. The key is not in the complexity of the phrase, it's in the alignment of the group. One sentence repeated together with presence can open a portal. We rise together. It is already done. We are ready now. These aren't just words. They are codes embedded in breath. When spoken with matching tone and shared emotion, they begin to rewrite the field. You don't need music. You don't need ritual tools. You only need presence, breath, voice, unity. But this kind of unity can't be forced. Everyone must agree, not in belief, but in willingness. Each voice adds to the field or distorts it. That's why the energy feels off when someone is there physically but not vibrationally. The circle doesn't need perfection. It needs coherence. It needs intention. When that's in place, the words begin to build something invisible, something real. This ritual isn't limited to ceremonial space. You can speak a shared truth with your family, your team, your community. You can create a moment of resonance in a hallway, in a meeting, in your living room. The magic isn't in the space, it's in the alignment. And the alignment is carried by the voices that choose to sync. So gather your people, choose your phrase, say it together, not to perform, but to program, not to impress, but to instruct. Speak it slowly, let the vibration build, and as the tones rise together, the space around you will shift. Reality will begin to listen, not to the word alone, but to the frequency of many as one. That is the circle. That is the ritual. And its power is always waiting to be spoken. There are places in the dream world where language becomes something else entirely, where words don't just describe, they activate, they open, they instruct. In dreams, the conscious mind is no longer filtering, questioning, or doubting. It's quiet, receptive. And in that silence, a single word can change everything. This is the power of word gates in dreams, phrases that carry so much frequency they unlock something in you, even after you've woken up. You felt it before. A dream where someone said a sentence that echoed through your bones, or a word you spoke in sleep that felt more real than anything you've said while awake. Maybe it made no sense logically, but it stayed with you. The vibration of it lingered. The emotion behind it rearranged your day. These are not random fragments, they are keys, word gates that open dimensions of awareness while your conscious self rests. When you speak in a dream, you're speaking without resistance. Your voice isn't filtered by shame or overthinking. It's raw, unrestrained. And because of that, the words you speak in that space carry a potency the waking voice often loses. If you declare something in a dream, "I'm ready, it ends now, I know who I am," you're speaking directly to your subconscious. And the subconscious listens. It doesn't wait for the morning to respond. Likewise, when a dream gives you a word, a phrase, a command, it's worth paying attention to, even if it seems strange, even if it's just a single syllable repeated over and over. Dreams compress messages. What takes paragraphs to explain while awake can be condensed into one sentence, one word, one name while asleep. And if it moves you, if it won't leave you alone, it's because it's meant to be spoken in waking life, out loud, as a continuation of the dream. These phrases are not just symbols, they are scripts. They can be repeated when you wake, like codes. You can write them down, speak them over water, whisper them to yourself before sleep, as an invitation to return to that portal. Show me again. I'm still listening. Carry me through. Words like these can reopen the dream while you're awake. They anchor the frequency of the dream world into the physical world. They are bridges. You can even use dreams deliberately to find new phrases. Before you fall asleep, speak a request. Give me a word for healing. Let me speak my next truth in the dream. You're not asking the dream, you're asking the deeper self who speaks through dreams. That version of you holds language your waking mind hasn't learned yet. And when you begin using those dream-born phrases, your life shifts, not because they're magic, but because they come from a version of you who already sees further ahead. So listen to the dreams. Speak inside them. Record what you say and speak it again when you wake. Because what you say in that space does not stay there. It travels with you. It transforms you. One word at a time, one gate at a time, until waking and dreaming are no longer separate, just layers of the same voice remembering how to create. Every word you speak is a mirror, not of what you think you want, but of who you truly are in that moment. Your voice is not just a sound, it is a signal. It transmits your current state into the field, and the field responds with precision. This is not metaphor, this is mechanics. Reality does not hear your vocabulary, it hears your vibration. And what you speak consistently and with emotion becomes the phonetic reflection that reality echoes back. This is the law of voice as mirror. Your spoken word reflects into form. Most people think they are reacting to life, but life is reacting to them. You say, "I'm so tired," and exhaustion deepens. You say, "Nothing works out," and more delays appear. You say, "I always meet the wrong people," and life brings you another lesson dressed like proof. These aren't coincidences, they are mirrors. Reality is matching the tone, the frequency, the embedded belief that lives inside your voice. You don't need to scream to be heard. You don't need to speak with flawless grammar. You only need to listen to the tone underneath your words. That's where the real message lives. If you say, "I'm fine," while your energy collapses inward, reality doesn't echo the sentence. It echoes the collapse. If you say, "I trust the process," but your voice trembles. The field hears the tremble. It magnifies it, not as punishment, but as precision. Your voice is your broadcast, and the more clearly it matches what you truly want, the faster your life begins to align. This is why changing your reality starts with changing your language. Not just the words, but the way you say them. Speak from embodiment, and your voice becomes the architect. Speak from dissonance, and your voice becomes a delay. You've seen it work both ways. You've watched someone walk into a room and speak with presence, and everything around them adjusts, not because of the content, but because of the coherence. You've felt yourself soften when someone spoke truthfully, even in a whisper. The tone carried healing. It carried clarity. That's how the mirror works. It reflects not volume, but vibration. To use this law consciously, you must become aware of your vocal habits. What do you say when no one's listening? What phrases do you repeat when you think it doesn't matter? Those words shape the mirror. They become the patterns the world uses to respond. The field has no bias. It only reflects. So clean the mirror. Speak with awareness. Let your voice rise from the version of you who already lives the life you're calling in. Speak as if the world is taking notes, because it is. Every sentence is a request. Every phrase is a pattern. And reality, always listening, reflects you back in sound, in form, in timing. Your voice does not just describe your world, it designs it, and it always reflects what you're willing to speak with clarity. Always. There is a conversation happening, whether you speak or not. A quiet exchange between your inner world and the field around you. You are never truly alone in your thoughts. Every belief, every emotion, every sentence whispered under your breath is picked up by the unseen. The quantum field does not require volume. It requires coherence. And when your voice carries clarity, when your words match your intention, the field begins to respond, not vaguely, but directly. This is conscious dialogue with the unseen. You're not making something up. You're speaking to what has always been listening. The unseen doesn't respond to desperation. It responds to direction. It doesn't need you to beg. It needs you to participate. This isn't superstition. It's structure. The quantum field holds infinite possibilities. Each one is activated by attention, selected by vibration, and shaped by speech. When you speak with presence as if something intelligent is receiving your request, it is. And when you speak casually, without direction, the field still responds, just without focus. Most people don't realize they're in dialogue all the time. They speak as if no one is listening. They narrate lack. They express doubt. They joke about their limits. And then they wonder why nothing shifts. The unseen isn't punishing them. It's mirroring their language. The field responds to what is spoken with consistency, not what is wished for silently, but what is verbalized regularly. When you begin to speak intentionally to the unseen, everything changes. You don't need a ritual. You don't need to face a certain direction. You only need to be honest. Speak to the air. Speak to the moment. Speak to the intelligence behind the rhythm of your life. And then listen, not with your ears, but with your awareness. The response doesn't always come in sound. It comes in nudges, in timing, in sudden clarity. A message in a song, a phrase overheard, a shift in energy. The field always answers. It just doesn't always use words. You can ask directly, what would you have me know? What is the next step? Show me what I need to see. Then get still, stay open, and don't fill the space with more questions. Wait, trust that the answer is already forming in the field and coming toward you. The more calm your signal, the faster the feedback. This is not about controlling the unseen. It's about learning to communicate with it. To recognize that the quantum is not separate from you. It is responding to you. Not later, now. Every word is a code. Every sentence is a request. Speak clearly. Speak as one who knows they are heard. Speak with reverence, not ritual, because you are not hoping the field responds. You are calling it forward with your tone, your timing, your truth, and it will respond, not because you forced it, but because you finally remembered how to speak to it, clearly, consciously, as the creator you've always been. There are versions of you that already exist, clearer, bolder, wiser. They live in potential, not because they are far away, but because they are waiting to be accessed. You don't need to chase them. You need to speak as them, because voice is identity, and identity is reality. This is how you unlock future selves through dialogue, not by hoping to become them someday, but by entering into conversation now. The moment you begin to speak as that version of you, you start to merge with them, not as imagination, but as embodiment. Most people speak from where they are. I'm still figuring it out. I'm not there yet. One day I'll be confident. These phrases feel safe, but they keep the future self at a distance. They reinforce the current version. The field listens and says, okay, let's stay here. But when you change your language, when you say, I speak with clarity, I lead with ease, I already know what I need, something shifts. The future self steps forward. The timeline adjusts. This is not pretending, it's not performance, it's alignment. You're not faking being someone else. You're activating a version of you that already holds the outcome, that already walks in the clarity you're trying to find. The words are the access point, the tone is the key, and the conversation is the portal. Start by asking, what does that future self sound like? Not just what they say, but how they say it. What's their cadence, their calm, their clarity? Now match it. Speak as them, not only in quiet moments of journaling, but in real conversations. When you speak your goals aloud, let their voice come through. When you navigate uncertainty, let their calm guide your tone. The body doesn't know the difference between rehearsal and reality, and the field doesn't wait for you to arrive. It builds from the version you speak as. You can deepen this with direct dialogue. Sit quietly and ask, what would you say to me right now? Let the future self answer. Let their voice rise in your mind. Write it down. Speak it back. This isn't just imagination, it's calibration. The more you hear them, the more you become them. Your nervous system begins to adjust. Your speech becomes cleaner. The space between you and that version of yourself begins to collapse. You may notice that you stop using certain phrases. You may find yourself no longer able to say, I'm stuck, or I can't handle this. That's not discipline, that's identity shift. The future self doesn't use those sentences, so when you stop identifying with them, you stop living inside them. And the world reflects that change. So speak from the end, not the middle. Don't describe the gap, embody the bridge. Speak as the one who's already crossed it, and you'll find the gap isn't as wide as you thought. It was only ever waiting for your voice to catch up. Now it has, and now so have you. There are ways of speaking that do more than communicate. They alter the structure of time, not because the words are complicated, but because the rhythm inside them bends reality. These are quantum language patterns, sentences that loop, phrases that echo, words that seem to say something simple, but carry instructions far beyond the surface. When you speak in these patterns, you don't just influence the moment. You collapse timelines. You bring the later into the now, because the subconscious doesn't experience time the way the mind does. It experiences frequency. And when frequency repeats in the right rhythm, it folds. You've heard these patterns before. I always have what I need, and what I need always finds me. It's already done, and because it's done, I feel the version of me who already has it. These are not affirmations, they're loops. They don't move forward in a straight line, they circle, they spiral inward. They train the nervous system and the quantum field to accept a new structure of reality, not gradually, but suddenly. The loop is the key. When you speak in a way that circles back on itself, you create a self-reinforcing vibration. The sentence becomes its own proof. The energy starts to fold in on itself, collapsing past, present, and future into a single harmonic. This is why mantras work. This is why chants feel timeless, not because of what they mean, but because of how they move. Time bends where coherence lives. When your voice begins to loop with intention, the field begins to organize. The usual delay between word and form shortens. You're not trying to convince yourself of something. You're tuning your frequency to the version of you that already knows. And in that space, the delay disappears. What was meant to take months can arrive in moments, not because you forced it, but because you spoke from the pattern that matches its presence. Quantum language doesn't rely on logic. It relies on rhythm. It doesn't require complexity. It requires congruence. You can create your own loops, short, precise, and vibrationally loaded. I choose this because I already am it. And because I already am it, I keep choosing it. As I speak, I become, and because I become, I speak more of what I already am. These phrases circle. They don't end. They keep the field active. They create ongoing instructions to the subconscious and the field without slipping into contradiction or closure. You don't need to speak them all day. You only need to feel them when you do. One loop repeated with clarity can shift your state. And when your state shifts, the quantum responds. You've entered the pattern. You've exited linear time. You're now speaking from the center, not from the edge. So choose your pattern. Speak it slowly. Let it rise from the part of you that already lives outside the clock. Time won't argue. It will simply bend, because your words stopped following it and started folding it instead. Words are not just sounds. They are particles. Tiny energetic codes released into the field the moment you speak. Like particles in quantum physics, they behave differently depending on how they're observed. What you say, how you say it, and the attention you give, it all influence how those particles behave. This is the principle behind word particles and observation. The words you speak shape your reality, not just because of their meaning, but because of the consciousness that activates them. Every time you speak, you're taking a measurement of your world. You're collapsing possibilities into form. When you say, "This is hard," you're measuring the moment, and in doing so, you stabilize the challenge. When you say, "I'm getting stronger," you're measuring from a different angle, one that invites momentum. In quantum terms, observation changes the outcome. In speech, your observation becomes your instruction. And your words act as both the lens and the tool. Language is how you organize the unknown. It's how you navigate potential. When you name something, you reduce it into form. You make it familiar. You give it a role. And once it has a role, it begins to follow the rules of that role. A moment of chaos, if spoken as a breakthrough, shifts immediately. A failure, if named the turn before the opening, reorganizes itself. You are always giving meaning through your vocabulary. The field does not give you meaning first. It gives you options. Your language selects the path. That's why casual speech isn't casual. It's calibration. It's measurement. I always get sick. No one ever sees me. I can't win. These phrases may feel like expressions, but they are also declarations. They measure your world and simultaneously build it. The particle collapses into place. The reality sets. And it continues to repeat itself, not because it's true, but because it was named, focused on, spoken aloud. But observation can be changed. The words you use to measure today don't have to be the ones you use tomorrow. I'm learning to thrive in this. Something is aligning even if I don't see it yet. These are softer measurements. They keep the particle in motion. They allow flexibility, possibility. They collapse the field into something useful, not fixed. The more gently and deliberately you observe, the more spacious the reality that forms. Your power is not in avoiding words. It's in choosing them with awareness. Notice what you're labeling. Pay attention to how you're defining your life, your body, your path. Ask if the measurement serves your expansion. If it doesn't, choose a different word. Speak from the version of you that wants more, not less. Speak like a conscious observer, not a passive participant. The field is always shifting. Particles are always moving. Your language is the tool that captures them, the force that arranges them, the intention that guides them into place. Speak with care, observe with clarity, and watch your world reshape itself around the words that were never just words, but choices made one sentence at a time. Reality does not unfold in one straight line. It exists in layers, in branches, in countless potential outcomes waiting to be activated. The moment you speak, you begin to collapse that field of probabilities. But not just any words will do it. The collapse happens when your words carry the right frequency, when they are tuned precisely to the version of reality you want to bring forward. This is how you access frequencies that collapse probability. Through exact word vibrations, you don't just influence the field, you command it into form. Words are not just tools for description, they are vibrational instruments. Each one holds a tone, a resonance, a specific energetic match to certain outcomes. When spoken without clarity, words scatter. They keep possibilities open, unresolved. But when spoken with precision, when chosen from alignment and spoken from embodiment, the words lock in. They cause the field to reorganize. What was once floating potential becomes selected path. This is why some sentences land and others don't. I am ready, spoken casually, might stir the surface. But I am ready, spoken from the core, with your chest open and your voice steady, collapses the waiting. It selects the next step. You can feel the shift immediately. It's not just psychological, it's structural. The words hit a frequency that matches the reality you've already felt coming. And because the match is clean, the path begins to open, but the frequency must be exact. Slight distortions, doubt, over-explaining, or emotional conflict prevent the collapse. You might say, I allow abundance, but if your voice carries hesitation, the field doesn't register it as a clean instruction. It waits. The probability remains unchosen. The outcome remains a shadow. To collapse probability, you must speak with purity, not from control, but from coherence. You don't need to understand the science behind it. You just need to feel when a sentence resonates through your body. That's the signal. When your voice, breath, and emotion align into a single note, the field begins to shift immediately. You can't always see it, but you can feel the air change, the timing shift, the subtle rearrangement of what you once thought was fixed. This is why ritual language matters. Short, clear, emotionally charged phrases, repeated in rhythm, hold power. It is done. I walk in alignment. I receive with ease. These are not affirmations. They are activations. They are spoken frequencies that collapse the thousands of other options you were unconsciously entertaining. And the collapse is what allows one timeline to materialize. There is no need to shout, only to tune. The right word at the right time can do more than months of effort, not because of the word itself, but because of the frequency it carries. When it matches your intention, and your intention matches your readiness, the field doesn't delay, it delivers. So speak with care, speak with precision, find the words that carry your truth without dilution, and speak them from the version of you who no longer questions. Because that's the moment the possibilities stop floating and become fact. In the quantum world, nothing is fixed until it is observed. Particles remain in a state of possibility, waveforms of potential, until attention collapses them into form. But it isn't just visual attention that does this, it's conscious interaction. And your voice is one of the most direct ways you interact with the field. This is the power of the observer's tongue. Your ability to use language to direct quantum particles. When you speak with clarity and alignment, your words don't just float into space. They land, they command, they sculpt. Most people speak as though they're describing life. They narrate what already is. I'm exhausted. I never get a break. Things never work out for me. These aren't observations, they're instructions. Spoken from the position of the observer, these words don't reflect reality. They create it. They tell the field which version of the quantum cloud to collapse. They assign structure to the shapeless, and that structure becomes what you walk through next. The field doesn't care if you mean it. It doesn't care if you're joking. It responds to vibration. If your tone matches belief, your words are taken as a command. And when enough energy is behind that command, through emotion, repetition, or presence, the field begins to crystallize around it. This is why speaking with intention is not just about mindset. It's physics. Your vocal frequency is a focusing mechanism. The tongue, when used unconsciously, reinforces the default timeline. When used consciously, it selects something new. You don't have to know how particles move. You only have to know that they do, and that they move based on the signal you send. When you say, "This changes now," and you say it with rooted certainty, something invisible starts shifting. Conversations shift, timing shifts, matter begins to rearrange to match the vibration you just spoke into the field. This is why rushed or fearful speech lacks impact. It diffuses the signal. It says too much and means too little, but a single sentence fully aligned, spoken with stillness and intention, carries the voltage of 10,000 thoughts. I allow. I claim. I return to center. These phrases, when spoken from the observer's seat, not the reactor's, hold incredible creative power. You're not just saying them. You're issuing a directional signal to the building blocks of your life. To use this power, you must slow down. Feel your body as you speak. Is your voice scattered or sharp? Is your energy behind your words or lost in thought? When you become the observer of your own speech, your words become more than sound. They become structure. You can speak from the version of you that has already chosen the outcome. And when you do, the particles move accordingly. So speak less. Mean more. Let your tongue carry the tone of the timeline you're walking into, not the one you're trying to escape. Because your voice isn't just expression, it's observation. And in the quantum realm, observation creates everything, including you. You are not speaking in isolation. Every word you say travels further than you think. It doesn't just echo into your environment. It vibrates through the energetic web connecting you to others. You are entangled with family, with friends, with those you love and those you've never met. Your voice is not confined to your own timeline. It's woven into theirs. And what you say, especially when spoken with emotion, carries through that web. This is the entangled voice, your ability to influence the people you're connected to, not by control, but by frequency. In quantum physics, particles that are entangled remain linked across space. What happens to one instantly affects the other. Time and distance don't break the connection. It's immediate, invisible, intimate. Humans are no different. Every meaningful relationship forms an energetic thread, and your words send signals through that thread. When you speak healing into your own life, that healing can ripple into someone else's. When you speak fear or blame, that energy doesn't stay with you. It travels. Think of a moment when you felt someone's mood shift without them saying a word, or when you suddenly thought of a friend right before they texted. These aren't coincidences, they're evidence of the web, the unseen exchange. And when you add conscious language to that field, spoken aloud or in thought, you begin to shape what others feel, even if they don't hear the words directly. This doesn't mean you're responsible for everyone else's path, but it does mean you're contributing to the field they move through. When you speak lovingly about someone, even when they're not around, you fortify the thread. You raise their signal. When you gossip or complain, you muddy the thread. You send static. The person may not know why, but they feel it. The same is true in reverse. Words spoken about you create resonance in your field. You don't need to hear them to receive the ripple. You can use this consciously. Speak to someone's highest self, especially when they're struggling. Say, I see your strength, I trust your timing, you are rising. Don't say it to change them, say it to stabilize the thread. Speak to the version of them that already remembers, and as you do, your own vibration lifts. Because entanglement is never one way. The energy you offer moves through you first. Even in conflict, you can shift the field with your voice, not by yelling or explaining, but by sending a clean, silent message. I release blame, I hold peace, I speak truth, even if only to myself. These words begin to soften the threads. The sharpness fades. The grid adjusts. So speak with awareness, even when alone. Speak to others as if your voice lives in their field, because it does. Speak healing, not just for you, but for the web that holds you. Because your words don't end at your skin. They travel, they ripple, and in doing so, they change more lives than you'll ever know, including your own. You are not just one version of yourself. You are many, spread across timelines, existing in different stages, different outcomes, different frequencies. Some versions of you are still waiting, others have already arrived, and every time you speak, you are not only reinforcing your current identity, you are interacting with these parallel versions. Your words become anchors, choosing which version you align with. This is simultaneous speaking across timelines, the act of shifting your current path by verbally locking into the frequency of a self that already exists somewhere in the multiverse. Most people speak from circumstance. I'm still figuring it out. One day I'll get there. I don't have the answers yet. These statements feel reasonable, even responsible, but they keep you tethered to the timeline you're on. They speak from the version of you that's still trying, still unsure. And every time you repeat these phrases, you deepen the groove. You reinforce the reality you're in. But time is not linear, and your voice is not bound to one version of yourself. When you speak from the end, as the one who has already become, you collapse the distance between here and there. I already know. This is who I am now. It's already done. These phrases may feel foreign at first, but they're not lies. They're bridges. Spoken with alignment, they signal the field to begin reorganizing. You don't chase the new timeline. You speak as if you are already in it, and the multiverse begins to shift accordingly. The version of you who has what you desire already exists. In that timeline, they walk differently, think differently, speak differently. If you want to shift into their path, begin by borrowing their voice. Speak their phrases, use their tone. Even for a few minutes each day, let their language become yours. I lead with ease. I trust my instincts. I am known for my clarity. These aren't affirmations, they're invitations. You're calling in a frequency that's already present, just not yet dominant. The more you speak from that version, the closer you get to living as them. Reality will begin to respond, not always instantly, but consistently. You'll notice shifts in timing, in perception, in opportunity. People will treat you as if you've already become, not because you faked it, but because you finally matched it. The timeline doesn't care about your past. It listens to your current tone, and tone, spoken repeatedly, becomes location. This practice is not about pretending, it's about choosing. It's about recognizing that every sentence either affirms who you were or activates who you are becoming. Speak from the version of you that's already thriving. Let their vocabulary become your script. Let their certainty become your resonance. Because when you speak from a future self with full presence, the timelines begin to collapse. The gap shortens, the path clears, and what once felt far away becomes familiar. Because your voice arrived first, and your life followed, just like it always does. Your voice is not linear, it's layered. Every time you speak, you're not just affecting the moment in front of you, you're sending vibration into every layer of your reality. This is the nature of the fractal voice. One word, when spoken with intention, doesn't stay isolated. It ripples. It repeats itself through the structure of your life, echoing through your thoughts, your choices, your relationships, your timing. The word you choose in one moment can shape the tone of a week. The sentence you speak in a quiet room can reshape an entire identity. Because language is fractal, its patterns repeat in everything. You've experienced this already. You said, "I'm tired," and the fatigue deepened, not just physically, but emotionally. You said, "I can't do this." And that doubt began to show up in places that had nothing to do with the original challenge. Or you spoke something empowering, "I've got this." And suddenly your posture changed. You moved differently. Others responded to you with more respect. The ripple began. And it didn't stop at the surface. One word touches everything. It sets off a chain reaction, not just in the outer world, but in your inner geometry. Like a single shift in a fractal pattern creates a completely different image. One word, when repeated, reconfigures your structure. Say chaos often enough, and your mind starts to perceive disorder in places you used to feel safe. Say clarity with presence, and your nervous system begins to organize itself around it. Thoughts align, actions become cleaner, conversations change. This is why careless language becomes costly. When you speak from reactivity, you don't just release tension, you reinforce it. You speak frustration into your schedule, into your body, into your home. The word doesn't stay where you dropped it. It multiplies. The vibration repeats through mirrors you can't see, affecting outcomes that seem unrelated, until you trace the thread and find that it all began with a single, unchallenged phrase. But the same law that multiplies distortion also multiplies order. Speak ease, and ease begins to expand. Speak power, and it starts to show up in decisions, in boundaries, in synchronicities. You don't need to overhaul everything. You only need to plant one clear word, one steady tone, one root phrase that carries the energy of the life you're building. Let it loop, let it settle, let it ripple through the fractal pattern of your days. This is why rituals matter, why mantras matter, not because they impress the universe, but because they recalibrate the geometry of your field. One word spoken daily, from the center of your being, will touch more layers than you can comprehend. Don't underestimate it. Don't wait for the perfect sentence. Choose a word that holds your future. Speak it into your morning, into your water, into your walk. Let it multiply, because the fractal listens. And it doesn't just echo your voice, it builds around it. One word at a time, in every direction, at once. Time isn't fixed the way you've been taught. It isn't a straight line that drags you from past to present to future. It's layered, elastic, responding to frequency, not the clock. And your words, especially when spoken with clarity, are one of the few tools you have that can reach across those layers. You don't have to wait for the future to arrive. You can speak from it now. These are time-bending sentences. When you speak as the version of you who already lives the outcome, you send a signal. That signal collapses distance. It pulls the timeline closer. It brings the future into now. Most people speak from the middle of the story. I hope I get there. I'm trying to become. One day I will. And by doing so, they keep the desired version of themselves out in front of them, always coming, never landing. The words keep the future postponed, not because they lack effort, but because the signal they're sending says, not yet. The field obeys. But when you speak from the end, this is already mine. I am already there. I am now living the version of me who knows how to do this. Everything changes. Your tone shifts. Your posture follows. Your environment begins to echo the new command. These aren't just affirmations. They're invitations. Spoken with alignment, they are declarations from a future self who is no longer waiting. You don't need to feel ready to speak this way. In fact, the act of speaking from the future is what helps you align with it. Think of a version of yourself who already solved the problem, who already healed, who already succeeded. What would they say about your current situation? How would they speak about their life? Find their language, borrow their voice, use their words. Because when you speak them now, you begin to collapse the time between you and them. It doesn't have to be complex. I always know what to do next. I trust how things flow for me. It already worked out better than I imagined. These phrases, spoken often, begin to replace the narration of lack and effort. They don't erase your current state. They redirect it. They align your energy with a version of you that already exists, but hasn't yet been selected. Speech is the selection tool. This is why certain sentences feel like spells. You say them and everything shifts. A phone call comes. A new decision becomes obvious. The future responds, not because you earned it, but because you embodied it in advance. The field responds to who you are being, and the fastest way to become is to speak as if you already are. So find your sentence, the one that carries your future in its tone. Speak it daily. Speak it when it feels real and especially when it doesn't. Let it build. Let it bend time. Because once you stop describing where you are and start declaring where you speak from, time stops waiting and starts catching up. There is a place where words fail, where language reaches its edge, and something deeper takes over. A current that lives beneath the sound, beneath the syllables, beneath meaning itself. You've felt it before. In a sentence that made your body tremble without understanding why. In a look that said everything without speaking. In a silence that vibrated with more truth than hours of conversation ever could. This is the word beyond language, the code that cannot be spoken, only felt. It's not made of letters, it's made of presence. And when you tune to it, everything changes. Most people spend their lives searching for the right words. They chase clarity through vocabulary. They edit and rephrase, hoping to finally say it right. But what they're often missing isn't articulation, it's alignment. The word that truly moves something doesn't come from the mouth, it comes from the core. From a frequency so clear that it speaks through everything, even if nothing is said aloud. You can hear it in a whisper, you can feel it in a room. It's not about what is said, it's about what is transmitted. The field doesn't respond to perfect sentences, it responds to coherent energy. You can say, "I'm fine," and everyone feels the tremble behind it. Or you can say nothing and still calm the room with your presence. The word beyond language exists in that space. It is tone without tone, truth without phrasing. It is the vibration that travels through your eyes, your breath, your stillness. It says, "I am here," without needing to explain who you are. You don't need to force this frequency. It arrives when you stop performing, when you stop trying to say the right thing and start embodying the real thing, when your words are no longer separate from your state. That's when people listen differently. That's when the universe starts responding before your sentence finishes, because it's already heard you, not through what you said, but through what you carried. This code can't be memorized. It can't be translated. It can only be lived. It's the language of essence, the vibration of a self who is no longer looking to prove, to explain, to convince. It is presence that resonates so clearly. Even silence becomes sacred. Even a breath becomes instruction. You've spoken from this place before in moments of deep clarity, in grief too large for words, in love too pure to explain. In those moments your voice matched your truth so fully that the field responded without question. You didn't need to say much. You only needed to be. So let go of the pressure to say it perfectly. Speak when it rises naturally, and when it doesn't, let your energy say it for you. The most powerful messages you send are often the ones that never leave your lips. They are felt in your presence. They live in your field, and they change the world wordlessly. Precisely because they come from the place that language cannot reach, but everyone can feel. There comes a point on the path where the words fall away, not because they lose meaning, but because they've done their job. You've spoken the spells, you've declared the truths, you've repeated the phrases until they shaped your posture, your presence, your perception. And now there is nothing left to say, not because you've run out of language, but because you've become the thing you were speaking to. This is the final utterance, the moment when your voice no longer addresses reality as something separate, because you are it. In the beginning, words were bridges. They carried you from one version of yourself to another. They helped you climb out of doubt. They gave structure to desire. They carved tunnels through resistance. But the more aligned you became, the less you needed the bridge. You no longer needed to say, "I am becoming," because you were. You no longer needed to repeat, "I trust the path," because your feet were already on it, steady without question. The voice you once used to reach has returned to rest, not because you gave up, but because you arrived. When the final utterance happens, it doesn't sound dramatic. It sounds like peace. It sounds like stillness inside your body, where there used to be noise. It sounds like quiet confidence that doesn't need to announce itself. You might still speak, but the energy behind the speech is different. You're no longer using words to move reality. You're simply reflecting what already is. You're not performing alignment. You are alignment. This shift is subtle. You don't even notice it at first. You just begin to feel that your declarations are no longer tools. They're descriptions. You say, "I am free," and it's not a wish or an affirmation. It's a simple truth. You say, "I receive with ease," not because you're trying to open the door, but because the door is already open. You're standing in the room you used to knock on. At this point, reality stops feeling like something you negotiate with. It becomes something you breathe with, move with, mirror. You don't push, you don't command. You simply embody. And embodiment in its purest form is the most powerful voice there is. The field doesn't need your voice anymore because your energy has become the message. You've become the frequency that used to live in your words. The final utterance isn't silence, it's resonance. It's the tone that lingers even when nothing is spoken. It's when your life becomes the proof of everything you once declared. You walk differently. People feel it. Timing aligns. The old scripts dissolve, not because you resisted them, but because you outlived them. You no longer speak to reality, hoping it will listen. You live so fully in truth that reality has no choice but to match you. You've become the sentence. You've become the story, and now everything responds, not to your voice, but to your being, because at last they are the same.